All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for December 17th, 2020. This is our last hearing of the year. So I hope all are safe and doing well. If I could ask staff to please put up the slide on our screen that allows the public to know how they can participate with us today electronically, either by computer or smartphone. Ms. DeBusk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if anyone in the public would like to make a comment, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. This indicates to me that you wish to speak. And just remember that you only need to click the hand icon once. A raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down, as shown on the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. And public commenters will have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. Now I'd like to ask the commissioners to please turn on your webcams and your audio. We're going to ask Ms. Rydell to do a roll call vote. And just for the record, Commissioner Higgins is going to join us later due to a previously scheduled personal item. So we're going to have him join us in about an hour and a half or so. Ms. Rydell, would you please go to the roll call?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins. Absent. Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Now we'll go to preliminary matters. So let's go to Ms. DeBusk again. Any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have none.
Do we have any announcements or appeals?
Yes, thank you. I would like to announce that our agenda order, excuse me, has been slightly revised since the agenda was originally published on Thursday. We published a revised agenda on Monday. And so just for everyone in the audience, the first item today is going to be the project at the Bird Refuge. The second item will be the continued discussion on proposed amendments to the Historic Resources Ordinance. And our third item will be the off-sale alcohol information. And then one other announcement, the bike share appeal, which I had previously announced, that hearing date has been set at City Council for January the 26th.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. Thank you. Now, if we could have the commissioners come back on, please. We're going to go to review, consideration, and action on the draft Planning Commission minutes from December 3rd. So let's take a moment and have those in front of us. If anyone has requested revisions, corrections, or otherwise, just go ahead and raise your hand. I'm not seeing anyone. I'll wait a moment. Yes, please, Commissioner Lodge, and then Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not a correction or addition. I just wanted to ask a question for the first time, I think. I see listed letters, the correspondents who sent letters in the minute. Does this mean that Ms. Rydell will be announcing who sends the letters rather than just saying letters were sent and distributed?
Excellent question, Commissioner Lodge. Ms. Rydell, could you please come on and address that for us? I'm sorry, Commissioner Lodge, did you want to continue on and say something else?
I hope that's the case, because it's always the obvious. We just say, Ms. Rydell's, we got letters and they were distributed. I think people want to know who they were from.
Sure. Through the chair to Commissioner Lodge and the rest of the commission, we our policy has always been to list the names of the people who send written correspondence. So if you look back throughout our minutes, as long as I've been a secretary, we do always list those names. We in the past have not announced them during the meeting. Just as a standard procedure, and things have changed a lot with reverting to this or converting to this digital format. So that might be a question better answered by the city attorney. So I do not know if we are going to be changing to reading out the names. That might be a discussion for a different time, but we do always list the correspondence in the minutes. And I also just wanted to state that I did receive your small correction in your email about adding the D to the end of heard for the item was heard out of order. So I just want to let you know that that has been added as a change to the minutes. And then I see that Tava's come on, so I'll let her finish up.
Ms. Ostranger?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Lodge, we, as I mentioned, I think a couple months ago, we're going to start putting correspondence on the website, a planning commission website. Unfortunately, there's been a staffing workflow issue, so it hasn't gotten up yet. Hopefully that'll happen in the first part of the new year. And that way the members of the public can also see the correspondence that's received.
Excellent. That's encouraging, Ms. Ostranger. Commissioner Lodge, did that answer your question satisfactorily?
Well, that still leaves this curious statement that letters were received and distributed from the staff. Commissioner Wiscombe, when she was chair, she would just, unless there was an inordinately long list of letters, she would just read off who they came from. And I know I've heard from people who want to know that be assured that their letters were received. So
Ms. Rydell, okay, let me.
I'm sorry, I believe at HLC, the chair does read off the names from correspondence.
Ms. DeBusk?
Yes, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Lodge. Posting the comment letters online is one of our ways to respond to that concern so that the public can check that list and they will be able to see right away if their comment letter has been distributed to the Planning Commission and the public as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comment was to add the D in heard.
Oh,
So that's
okay,
already been
very
taken
good.
care of. Thank you.
Very good. We have many sets of eagle eyes on our commission, so outstanding. Okay, any other changes, corrections or otherwise, or questions about the meeting minutes of December 3rd? And if not, would someone like to make a motion to approve with that one spelling correction?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioners Lodge and Reed. Commissioner Bonderson, I did see your hand, but I heard Commissioner Reed. So we'll have the twosome of Commissioners Lodge and Reed for a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Very good. Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote on the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin the voice roll call. We'll start with Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Not
Yes.
much.
Commissioner Higgins,
Looked at
absent.
It was there, but haven't had a chance to really.
Commissioner Reed?
Look at it.
Yes.
I saw,
Chair Schwartz.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
thank you. And I think that background noise may be in the office where Ms. Rydell is working from. We'll see if that continues, but I think we're okay now. So with that, and commissioners, if you would just please leave your webcams on, we're going to go to our final preliminary matter item. We'll ask Ms. DeBusk to let us know if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on items not on the agenda today.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Yes, as a reminder to the public, you will have 2 minutes to comment on items that are not on the agenda, and instructions to raise your hand are provided on the screen. At this time, I would like to call on Anna Gott. You can Anna Gott, you can unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes when you begin. Ms. Rydell, while we're waiting, did the Planning Commission receive any comments from the public on items that are not on today's agenda?
Thank you, Allison, and to the chair. We did not receive any written correspondence for items that were not on the agenda today. So I'll go back to you.
Thank you. And again, Anna Gott, if you are able to speak, you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
we
you
can hear
hear
you now. Thank you.
Finally, I apologize. I wanted to make a comment regarding your previous meeting that you had on November 19th regarding the coastal development permit for bike share. As you know, I went ahead and I appealed that project, and that item is now set for to be heard at City Council in January. I just wanted to let you know about a issue that I came across today when I was asking Hillary Blackerby over at the MTD a question about the bike turnout, which you approved a coastal development permit for in that meeting. And the issue was the MTD had actually never been consulted about removing that bus turnout, that you issued a coastal development permit to install bike stations in that location. Since the CDP was approved by you, the MTD and the city have actually communicated, and that location is now off the board. So I just want to, remind you how important it is about having public discourse about locations where anything is going to be inputted into or reserved for bike docks or bike stations. If I hadn't have appealed this project, I don't know that this bike dock would not actually be going through or not. But more importantly, it actually illustrates why staff cannot be the sole decision makers regarding any future CDPs where we don't know where the location is and there is no public discussion regarding it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Any other members of the public wishing to speak to the commission on items not on our agenda today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, that is all the public comment.
Very good, thank you. Okay, commissioners, you're free to turn off your webcams. We're going to go to our first item, and as you heard from Ms. DeBusk, we have slightly resequenced our agenda today. Our first item will be the application of Parks and Recreation Department, City of Santa Barbara, owner of 1100 East Carrillo Boulevard and 1414 Park Place. So we have both staff and applicant presentations, I believe. I think we had everybody check in earlier this afternoon. Who's going to be making the staff presentation today? Is that Ms. Arciniega?
Yes, Madam Chair, Megan Arciniega will be giving the staff presentation.
Okay, very good. And welcome, Ms. Arciniega. Would you say maybe 20 or so minutes? Does that sound sufficient?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, very good.
Good afternoon, members of the commission and the public. My name is Megan Arciniega. I'm the project planner on the bird refuge restoration you'll be reviewing today. Next slide, please. So this is a pretty cool project. Many of you are familiar with the Bird Refuge Lagoon at the Andrea Clark Bird Refuge. The project also encompasses 2 other parcels. So north of the highway, 1414 Park Place is the municipal tennis courts. And then also on the southern end is the East Beach area. All 3 parcels are owned by the city and zoned Parks and Recreation, and they're also designated as park and open space in our coastal land use plan. The total area of these 3 parcels combined is about 63 acres. So it's a pretty large site and pretty unique for a project in the city in that regard. The bird refuge itself is 42 acres of that. And that's, as you can see, a lot of that is water, but the project we have before us is including water quality improvements. So that is a significant part of the project. About 6 acres of the project would be touching the vegetation in the area. Next slide. So this is also a unique project in that it's shared jurisdiction with the Coastal Commission. And we have different roles. So the City of Santa Barbara and the Coastal Commission have different roles in reviewing this project. There's 2 actions that need to take place. First, there's the approval of the environmental review. And for that, the City of Santa Barbara is the lead environmental review agency. And that's because this is a public project, and the CEQA's law says that if a public agency is taking on the project, then that agency should be the lead for environmental review. So that is the City of Santa Barbara, and we prepared a mitigated negative declaration for the project. And then we are responsible for reviewing and adopting that document. The other action that needs to happen is a permit approval. So both the City of Santa Barbara and the Coastal Commission would need to issue coastal development permits for the project, both on their ends. Next slide. So here's the project area. And as you can see, a lot of it is in the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction. So it's outside of the city's jurisdiction. And that's because it includes the water of the lagoon, the perimeter of the lagoon, and then also the area continuing on south down to East Beach and the East Beach area itself. Most of the project limits actually happen within that blue area. Very little go into the green area, which is the city's jurisdiction. And then we do have the portion over the freeway, across the freeway, the tennis courts in the yellow, that is also within the city's jurisdiction. But the majority of the project is happening within the blue area. Next slide. And because most of it is in the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction, and because it's a 2-step process, we have the opportunity to do a consolidated coastal development permit. And what that means is that the city would provide their recommendations to the Coastal Commission, but would cede their permit authority to the Coastal Commission for them to review the whole project and approve the permit under 1 permit rather than 2 separate permits. So that's the process that we're proceeding with today. It really simplifies the project. It looks at the project as a whole instead of bifurcating it. And it really is logical in this instance where the majority of the project lies in the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction. Next slide. So the purpose of today's Planning Commission hearing is going to be a couple things. First, to adopt the mitigated negative declaration because we are the lead agency for environmental review, but then also for your commission to grant that permit authority to the Coastal Commission, and then also to provide your recommendations on the coastal development permit to the Coastal Commission. And this is important too, because even if we were doing our own CDPs, the Coastal Commission still asks for the city's recommendations on their coastal development permit because we have the policies, local coastal policies that apply to the project. They would be looking at Coastal Act policies only. Ms. Schwartz, did you have a question? Okay, I'll continue on next slide. So the project objectives are pretty awesome ones. It's to improve the water quality at the bird refuge and also improve the habitat. As many locals will attest, there's been an odor issue ongoing for years. It actually goes back to the 20s, and our applicant team from Creeks will go over to the history of the lagoon, its development, and changes over the years. But it's not a little known fact that there's water quality issues that have been ongoing, especially during drought years. And part of that comes into play because the lagoon doesn't regularly flush to the ocean. It's actually closed off to the ocean by a gate that's been non-functional and broken for a number of years. In addition to that, drought conditions and evaporation, sedimentation, all these things contribute to the changing water quality at the bird refuge. And like I said, the applicant team will go into greater detail on that. But the objective of the project would be to improve that water quality, not just for odor concerns, but primarily for habitat concerns. So the ways that they're proposing to do that would be to, one, filter the water coming into the lagoon, and then increase flushing of the lagoon by replacing that non-functional weir gate, and also opening up the beach berms or the sand berms at the mouth of the lagoon so that water can flush in. The second element of the project is to improve the habitat quality that's at the lagoon now. And this would be a few efforts. So first, increasing the shallow beach areas. In this picture, you can kind of see at the far back that the birds like to hang out on the shallow sandbars and shallow areas. That's something that the biologists monitoring the park have seen a lack of as the islands are being taken over by a lot of non-native vegetation, and the shallow areas and sandbars have evolved. So part of the project would be to recontour some of the shoreline areas of the lagoon and the islands to increase the shallow areas for those birds in that habitat area. The other elements of the project would be to restore the sand dunes on the East Beach and create better sand dune habitat. And then also, as I mentioned, replacing some of the non-native vegetation out there that is toxic to the habitat and replacing it with native vegetation. There is protective fencing also that would be proposed on the north side of the lagoon and then around the dune area. If we can go to the next slide. So here's a site map of the project. Starting from the top, the north side, you can see the tennis courts north of the freeway. The project would construct a new bioretention basin. This is essentially a natural filtration device that you would, just a hole, if you will, with ground covering that would then filter out sediment and pollutants just naturally and passively, so that the water that then comes from north of the freeway that drains under the freeway, there's a culvert that goes underneath the freeway and dumps right into the Bird Refuge Lagoon. When it comes out into the Bird Refuge Lagoon side, it would be cleaner. The other element of the project on that north side, as I mentioned, is fencing along between the railroad tracks and the lagoon. There's fencing there now. It's been damaged and isn't successfully keeping out trespassers. So there's a proposed reconfiguration that would also protect some of the newly planted areas that are part of this project. And then you can see the blue and green lobes of infill that would be added to create better beach areas for the birds. That would be shallow beach areas. And then also some of the green is the vegetation replacement that would be happening throughout the lagoon area. Moving down to the southern end of the project, you can see East Cabrillo Boulevard wrap around the lagoon. And on the other side, we have East Beach and the volleyball courts. And you can see the yellow areas. That would be the sand dune restoration area. And then there's another blue area. So that would be a recontouring of the lagoon mouth, also to help with the habitat there for fish coming in. It allows a low turbidity zone for them to hang out in a better habitat. And then all around, like I said, there's vegetation replacement with non-natives. Next slide. So because this project includes a mitigated negative declaration, which is somewhat unique for the city, we don't see too many of them, and certainly not too often. I wanted to start with just a primer on the environmental review process. Next. So the California Environmental Quality Act is a law that's found in the California Public Resource Code and code regulations. Next. And it lays out, stay there. It lays out how environmental review is conducted and the rules and that govern how we look at impacts. It establishes a list of types of projects and actions that qualify as exemptions. And the majority of the projects that we see in the city are exemptions. And they're things that it's either because it's infill development, changes to existing facilities, small construction like houses or accessory structures is the majority of what we see in this city. So that's why you're not seeing too many initial studies or negative declarations for your review. When projects don't fit within the exemptions, either because they don't fall in one of those categories or there's something that's kicked them out, then an initial study is prepared. An initial study just walks through the different potential impact areas and analyzes whether or not the project proposes an impact. And it's kind of that exercise of doing that. Potential impacts are next. Then reviewed when we're getting into an initial study on a basis of what degree of impact is the project having. And is it a short-term impact or is it a long-term impact? Short-term usually refers to construction. So something that when the project's being implemented, there's going to be something immediate in the short term that's changing versus long-term during the operation of a project. Is it going to create air issues ongoing because it's a use that has a lot of exhaust or something like that. Next. And then in that initial study, like I said, we're looking at the level of impact, and they're really categorized in two different ways. When we say that this project's going to really impact a habitat, is that impact less than significant, or is it something that is potentially significant? And if it is potentially significant, is there something we can do to reduce that impact? Next. If there is something to reduce how significant or severe that impact may be, we want to do that. That's first and foremost, even if that is avoiding it. So can the project be moved? Can we put in measures during construction to help reduce that? Something like if you have grading going on in a project site, but they're next to a creek, and during construction, the movement of soil might fall into the creek or create sediment or something like that. Can we put up silt fencing that prevents the movement of soil into the creek? That would be a mitigation or an element that we could employ during construction to reduce that impact to the environment and help avoid that kind of disturbance. So then we would identify that as a mitigation measure. So mitigation is really just measures or things that you can do to reduce that impact, either avoid it or reduce it significantly. If mitigation is successful or could be successful in our analysis to really reduce that impact, then that's a good thing. But sometimes an impact is so severe that really nothing you would do would really change it. And those are significant impacts that even with mitigation, it's still going to be significant. And there's an acknowledgement of that. This is just something that we are going to have to stomach because in order to have this project move forward. But when you get into that territory, you're preparing an environmental impact report. Those are typically large projects with significant environmental issues that need to be analyzed very thoroughly. Next. Ideally, though, those mitigation measures are things that would successfully eliminate or reduce the impact. And in that case, we prepare a mitigated negative declaration, which is essentially a document laying out these are the things that could potentially be significant. So these are the things we want you to do to avoid those impacts or reduce them as much as possible. And that's the document that the applicant then reviews and agrees to doing those elements so that those impacts are avoided. Next slide. Next. So I do want to start off with saying there is actually an exemption for restoration projects. Restoration projects are generally beneficial projects. It's encouraged. It's the point of environmental protection measures, right, is to really bring our environmental resources to life and protect them and protect their longevity. But for this project, because it is so large, it kicked it out of the exemption category. And that makes sense, right? So you can have a good thing happening, but once you really start having a lot of it, there might be some more things you need to consider. So it makes sense that the exemption limits restoration to being exempt only if it's 5 acres. And as we started off saying, this is a pretty large area, the lagoon being 42 acres. So in this, for this project, even though it's beneficial, it didn't qualify for an exemption. Next. So we prepared an initial study and walked through these 18 categories of potential impact areas. We found that there weren't long-term impacts because they are pretty beneficial. The ongoing flushing of the lagoon and new plantings are going to be a benefit for this resource. But making those things happen, the construction of the Weir Gate and bringing in soil does have some short-term construction impacts. And that is something to note. Next. So we did look with the help of technical reports, including very extensive biological assessment by technical experts. There were measures identified or mitigation that would reduce those construction impacts to being less than significant. And that's why we prepared a mitigated negative declaration. Next. That mitigated negative declaration is then reviewed. It's a public review for 30 days and open to public comments. So those that, whether it's agencies or public, you can comment on our analysis and see if there's anything that we've missed and make sure that we're having a well-rounded discussion about each of those impacts. And we did receive one comment letter from the Air Pollution Control District, and they gave us some good feedback on air quality, short-term air quality or odor concerns during construction, and we addressed those comments. Next. So after we get those comments, we incorporate it and edit the ND, and we have the final ND product we have for you guys, for the Planning Commission today. It's included in your staff packets. And this is the document that staff is asking you to consider and adopt today as part of your action. Next. And in the ND, you'll notice there were 2 areas that had potentially significant impacts that could be reduced with mitigation down to a less than significant impact once the mitigation was applied. And those are 2 areas are biological resources and water quality. And there were 37 mitigation measures that were identified that the applicant needs to employ during construction to make sure those impacts are reduced. In addition, we recommend that city standard conditions of approval also be recommended to be applied to the project. Next. So moving on to policy review, the project also, in addition to environmental review, needs to be consistent with the city's local coastal plan, which is essentially the city's goals and directives and overarching long-term goals and directives. We have the benefit of having a new local coastal plan that was just adopted in August 2019. And it actually includes new, very detailed and updated approaches to things like coastal hazards and sensitive habitat that we're dealing with in this project. The major issues are water quality, biological resources, coastal hazards, recreation and coastal access, and scenic resources.
Ms. Arciniega, there's some other conversation coming through, and I'm wondering if that's from the planning department office or if someone else perhaps has a microphone on that they're not aware of. Do you have someone near your specific office that's talking particularly loud volume or?
I'll check just a second.
Okay.
Commissioner Schwartz, yes, I believe it is office background noise. So we'll
Okay.
try to resolve that.
Okay. I just didn't know if someone else had their microphone on and maybe we could handle it that way. Sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Arciniega. Thank you.
No worries. I think hopefully that was what it was. So let's dig into the policies, continuing on. So water quality is a big issue, obviously, for this project. The local coastal plan identifies specific goals for impaired water bodies, which the Andrea Clark Bird Refuge is identified. And there are specific policies calling for water quality improvements to the bird refuge. So this project is essentially implementing those policies, which is really exciting. Biological resources is critical for this project. The new coastal plan has very detailed updated approaches to environmental sensitive habitat. So it clearly defines the bird refuge as environmentally sensitive habitat, which we know, but it's good to have laid out. There's clear standards as to what kind of activities are allowed in environmentally sensitive habitat areas. And as you can imagine, restoration and water quality improvements are some of the allowed activities, but because those would preserve that resource. But there are specific ways in which you would want to go about it. And so the policies lay out the limitations, things like tree and vegetation replacement requirements, and stuff like that. So those policies are all laid out in very detailed. The applicant team has worked hard to make the proposal consistent with each of those policies. And in regards to coastal hazards, another exciting area. So this was another area that was really fleshed out in the new coastal plan, detailed direction as to what to do for different coastal hazard areas. So where we're at for the project is in the city-owned low-lying beach and backshore area. So really it's subject to mostly beach erosion, wave impacts, and coastal flooding. And the new policies require that projects in these areas have a shoreline hazards evaluation, which is pretty new. And what that means is that they want projects to look at the hazards that would happen in that area over the life of the project and consider sea level rise. So this required a very technical coastal hazards analysis, and it was included in your packet as well. Looking at sea level rise, flooding in the area. We all know from experience that Cabrillo Boulevard floods currently during rain events, and that's actually expected to just increase over the years, especially with sea level rise. When the engineers analyzed whether or not the project would have an impact in this area, it was found that really the project wouldn't have a negative impact on flooding or sea level rise. In fact, if anything, it might have a benefit because it would help with the drainage in that area by way of having an improved conveyance to the ocean. So having a functional weir gate and a debris rack that's less prone to clogging as the current one is, that can be easily maintained. That's a huge benefit already. But then also the operational measures like lowering the sand beach berm prior to rainfall events, those things in combination would actually allow better drainage in the area and reduce flooding on Cabrillo Boulevard. So that's actually a pretty cool finding of this project. The last two are recreation, coastal access, and scenic resources. It's obviously an area where there's passive recreation is much appreciated in this area. The coastal policies are very strong on encouraging and maintaining recreation and coastal access. This project, by restoring the coastal resource, helps promote its longevity and the ability for the public to continue to use it in years to come. In terms of scenic resources, this is arguably one of the most scenic areas in the city. We have multiple designated scenic resources visible from many points in the project area. The bird refuge itself, Cabrillo Boulevard is a scenic resource, East Beach and the shoreline areas, the Beliscardo or Clark Estate is visible from this area, the Santa Barbara Zoo, the Montecito Country Club, and the San Ynez Mountains. I mean, just every direction you look from this project area, there are panoramic views of the city, and it goes without saying that it's very critical that development in this area is not impacting those views. But this project doesn't have a negative impact on scenic resources. It's actually would be enhancing the longevity of those resources by putting in vegetation that is consistent with the habitat and ensuring their longevity and success. So that is another benefit of the project. Next slide. So in conclusion, staff is recommending that your commission consider the final mitigating negative declaration and adopt it. making the findings in the staff report, and allow the project to proceed to the California Coastal Commission for the Consolidated Coastal Development Permit. But we also ask that your commission recommend the project be subject to not only the mitigation measures, but also the city standard conditions that are found in Exhibits C and F of the final MND. And that concludes staff's presentation if you have any questions.
Great, and we'll want to reference this slide number 22 later on, so we can have it handy for the commission. Thank you, Ms. Arciniega. Do we have any other presentations before we go to Mr. Buss to see if there's public comment? Thank you very much. And if we could ask Mr. Bolton to please put up the timer. We have a really full day today.
Chair
And so
Schwartz?
I'm going to be watching the clock carefully. Thank you.
So Chair Schwartz, next we'll go to the applicant presentation, and we have George Johnson from the Creeks Department. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Johnson. So we'll put up the, do you need 15 or 20 minutes, Mr. Johnson?
I can be done in 15 minutes or very close.
That's excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm going to go over the bird refuge. I'm going to try to just cover some details that Megan did not. So next slide, please, about the project itself. We'll go over the history quickly. This is an aerial photo of the bird refuge. You can see that white part in the upper left-hand corner of the photo. That's what this was originally, a salt flat. So it would dry out periodically, and it was connected to Sycamore Creek via the lagoon. You can see in the foreground of the picture on the ocean side of Cabrillo, that wet area was the lagoon that actually connected to Sycamore Creek historically. And so it would flood the salt marsh, and then when the water got too high, it would break out through the beach berm and flow into the ocean. But it also had dune habitat that you can see adjacent to the lagoon. Next slide, please. In the late 1920s, the bird refuge was dredged in order to create the bird refuge, to create open water habitat for duck species of birds. That red line there in the middle of the photo, that just depicts the weir that is going to be replaced and new gates constructed on it. A weir is just a dam. And what that did is it pooled the water up behind there in order to make open water a shallow lake, basically. The bird refuge, next slide, please, was also dredged. And that's the yellow indicates that that was dredged, and then they disconnected Sycamore Creek from the bird refuge. You can no longer see that lagoon on the beach in this photo. Next slide, please. If you look at the comparison between the two, the original salt flat bird refuge is on the left. You can see the beach lagoon and the dune habitat there. And on the right, you can see the islands that are still there today. That's the dredge spoils from dredging the bird refuge. And then you can see how there's no real beachside lagoon. It's not connected to Sycamore Creek anymore. And there's not much dune habitat at that point either. Next slide, please. So existing conditions in the bird refuge, the water quality, you can see from this photo, is a little suspect. We do get these blooms of organisms that turn the water lots of different colors. Although it was dredged, it was only dredged to about 4 to 6 feet deep. It's now filled in some locations, so it ranges from 2 to 5 feet deep. The key thing here with the bird refuge is once it was disconnected from Sycamore Creek, it reduced the amount of water that got in there. And so its ability for the bird refuge to break through the beach berm and flush periodically is much more limited, as well as the weir has limited that. For those two reasons, we just don't get the bird refuge draining, and it creates kind of a sink, a nutrient sink. So we have very high nutrients and very low dissolved oxygen. That creates these blooms of different organisms. They die, they stink, we have odor events, and it's not really good for the bird habitat or aquatic habitat. Next slide, please. So Megan touched on this a little bit. Our goals are to improve the bird habitat and aquatic habitat, as well as water quality, DO, nutrients, clarity, and adapt to sea level rise. Next slide, please. The restoration components, we don't need to read those. You guys heard them already. I'll go over them individually soon. Next slide, please. This is an overview map. You've already seen that. Megan did a good explanation of the location of the different components. Next slide. And so the treatment wetland, this is over in the tennis courts. You can probably recognize that. There's a channel there you can see in the photo. It's got water in it. That channel drains into the bird refuge, and there is low flow water during the year that goes through there. The idea of this portion of the project, we will be removing this large tree right here in order to construct the wetland. But this large open field that you can see in the photo is where we'll be digging down 3 to 4 feet to construct a basin. We will divert the water from here. We'll go into the basin. We will plant it with wetland species like bulrush and cattail. And then well, the idea behind that is these plants will remove the nutrients out of the water, and then we will harvest the plants periodically and get them out of the system. That's how we will actually remove nutrients from the water. It's very hard to get nutrients out of the water, and plants are able to do that through their growth process. So by harvesting those plants, we're removing nutrients. We hope to limit the amount of nutrients into the bird refuge. It won't solve the whole problem, but it will help. Next slide, please. This is just a schematic of it. I don't think you need to look at that too long. Next slide, please. The weir, this is one of the main components. This is a concrete weir or the dam that pools up the water. You can see that gap right there at the top. That's the water. When the water spills over that, then it goes under Cabrillo through 5 36-inch culverts, empties into the beachside lagoon, and then if there's enough water, it will break through the beach lagoon and then go into the ocean. This only happens on very large rain events. So, 2, 3, 4 inches or back-to-back larger rain events. And during the drought, I think it was maybe 4 or 5 years before this ever drained out to the ocean. So during that time, the water quality was especially bad. The idea behind the project is to put 2 functioning gates. This location, you can see that in the middle of the weir is an odd looking structure. Well, that used to be a gate. It was installed and didn't really function properly. So we're gonna put in 2 gates as well as rebuild that because it's kind of old and modernize it a bit, but it'll be the same size and look roughly the same as this. It'll just have 2 gates on it. The important point about the gates is they will be able to go all the way to the bottom of the depth of the bird refuge and be able to completely drain the bird refuge. And right now there's a large like foot and a half layer of fluff on the bottom of the bird refuge, just basically decomposed organic matter. And because the water has to spill out over the top of that fluff layer is never removed even when it does drain. So part of this will help to flush some of that fluff out of there and hopefully reduce, again, that nutrient load in the bird refuge. Next slide, please. These are the outlet weirs I spoke of on the beachside lagoon. Next slide. The schematic, if you just want to quickly look, you can kind of see on that top drawing those 2 square things that extend out a little bit. That's basically the drawing of the 2 gates. They'll be side to side. You can see them throughout that. Then the other large component of the project is the dune and the salt marsh restoration. This area is, you can see where that kind of dying grass is. That's where most of the dunes will be located. They'll be about 2 feet high. We're not going to construct big high dunes. These are just low dunes, and we'll put native dune vegetation on it. Also be expanding this lagoon that you can see on the left of the photo a little bit to make more salt marsh habitat. Next slide. This side is on the volleyball court side. It's all ice plant. We will be removing the ice plant and putting in native dune plants there also. Next slide. This shows it from above. You can see the volleyball courts. You can see that hashed area where there'll be dunes. You can see fencing that goes around the dunes and then paths so that we keep the same coastal access for the volleyball court. And the coastal access around the larger dune to the east of the lagoon is going to be along the Clark Estate. There'll be a 8 or 10 foot wide trail that runs along the Clark Estate that brings you out to the beach. Next slide. This is the last component of the project is the berm management. And this is the beach berm I talked about. It's pretty narrow in this photo. Next slide. you can get a better idea of what it looks like in this slide, how high it is compared to the level of the water in the lagoon. The idea is to lower that. So before storm events, before forecasted rain events of an inch or more, we'll lower it to probably about a foot above the existing water level. And what that will do is it'll allow the bird refuge to flush during smaller rain events. Right now, because the berm is so high, you have to have a whole lot of rain for it to get up over that berm. When we lower it, it'll be able to do it more frequently, and that will help with water quality. Next slide. This is what it looks like when it's draining, the photo of when it's draining. And so that's what we want to see happen more often. And that will just get rid of the nutrients that are loaded up there and replace it with fresher rainwater, hopefully cleaner. Next slide. The transition zones that Megan talked about, this is just the areas around the lagoon and on the islands where we'll be removing non-native vegetation and replacing it with native vegetation. We'll also be creating some shallow wetland areas that are good for wading birds as part of that along the margins, and putting in coastal salt marsh vegetation. Next slide. You can see these, what we call habitat lobes here. It's extending out into the bird refuge. Next slide. This is just a photo of the grass area that runs all along the bird refuge. We're going to be reducing the width of that. We're not going to get rid of all of it because people do use it to walk and run on, as opposed to the asphalt path. But we will be removing the non-natives like Myoporum and these grass species and replacing them with native species to improve habitat. Next slide. We'll go over the project history here now. There have been odor problems there since it was first dredged back in the 20s. They used to use well water to help supplement, and that reduced some of the odor events, but the well failed. They did an extensive study in the 80s and found that dredging was a technique that could be used to make it deeper. They could do mechanical aeration and get more DO into the water. The city installed that non-functioning weir gate and did some other improvements there, a new water well, but the water well filled in, the gate didn't work, so it was limited improvement in terms of odor and habitat. And then the dredging, another report was done in the 90s, next slide, that just said dredging is too expensive. There was not enough money. It was in millions of dollars back then. So Creeks Division, we started monitoring in 2008. We tried a couple things like microbial augmentation and aeration, no success. And we also looked at dredging to see if we could dump it on the beach like they do with the harbors, and it's too fine to be allowed to do that by the permitting agency, so that didn't work. We developed our own concept designs, working with technical experts, and then refine that down to the design that you see today with public input and staff input, as well as more technical expertise. And so we started those plans in 2018, sorry. Next slide. We had numerous public meetings and public outreach with various organizations. Here, I won't read every single one of them, but we were at council 3 times, sustainability committee, Parks and Rec, all those places, as well as a number of stakeholders that assisted us with refining the design and giving us good input on, what they thought would work and wouldn't. Especially Audubon helped a lot with the bird issues, so that was very helpful. And we had broad support from the neighbors and all the stakeholders involved, as well as even the permitting agencies. So next slide. Project approval, if it is approved by the Planning Commission, then it will go to the Coastal Commission next. We will apply for a permit and then go to a hearing before them. Then we will get all the various state and federal permits that are required from these agencies. Next slide, please. So our timeline is the final design plans we hope to have done in May, permitting and Coastal Commission approval and project bidding in June of 2021. Then we'd start construction in August, and then complete construction by December. And next slide, that completes my presentation. I can take questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. You can go ahead and turn your webcam off now. We're going to ask the commissioners to come back on and go to Ms. DeBus to see if we have any members of the public who would like to speak to us today on this item specifically?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. And just as a reminder to the public, if you wish to make public comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon in your GoToWebinar control panel. This will indicate to me that you wish to speak, and you only need to click the hand icon one time. A raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down, as shown on the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. So at this time, looks like we have Anna Gott would like to make a public comment. Anna Gott, you need to unmute yourself and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you so much, commissioners. I just want to make 2 comments. And the first comment has to do with, finally, we are actually addressing the problems at the bird refuge. Second comment has to do with mitigation. We're proposing that part of the mitigation to help clean the water, basically because of the nutrients, are cattail bushes. What we should also be considering are any freshwater clams or mussels to be actually put into this particular lake. By doing that, they are automatically filtering all of the algae and the nutrients, and we will have a much better quality of clarity for not just the water, but it would also substantially reduce the noxious odors that occur. So I would really recommend that you discuss this and that you add this into a requirement. And you know what, one final thought is that you are approving something without an actual site design. So you don't know what could change if you approve this today. So I would really ask that you put this on hold and require the site plans before you actually give any sort of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gott. Any other public commenters, Mr. Busk? Hold on, Mr. Busk, your mic is not on. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we do not have any other raised hands at this time. I would like to ask Ms. Rydell if we've received public comment on this item.
Thank you, Allison, and to the chair. We did receive a letter of correspondence on this item, and it was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Okay,
Chair
we'll bring it.
Schwartz,
Yes, please, Mr.
it
Busk.
looks like we do have another public speaker, Richard Clausen. You have 2 minutes. You may begin at any time.
Thank you very much. This is a comment not to the commission, but to the staff presenters. Commissioners see a lot of staff presentations, and I see a lot of staff presentations, and I want to comment on the high quality of the presentation on this project. I think that both presenters were good at recognizing the perspective that perhaps viewers, like public members like me, perhaps even commissioners, are not as well versed on the science aspects of the project, and took that perspective, understood it, and explained points and made clear the logic of their recommendations. As a member of the public, I do appreciate that greatly. I don't think we always see that in some staff presentations. I just wanted to call it out. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen.
And Madam Chair, we do not have any other public speakers at this time.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Busk. Before we come back to the commission, and I would like to ask if Commissioner Lodge's technology is working. I don't see her online. Perhaps staff could be in touch with her to make sure everything's okay. I just want to remind the commission, there you are. Excellent, Ms. Lodge. Okay. Just want to remind the commission, we have an extremely tight agenda today. So as you saw in the email that I sent you dated yesterday, We've roughly allocated 2 hours for this item. We're now 1 hour into the 2 hours. And with voluminous amounts of material to have been reviewed, 388 pages, I know this is a tall order. However, we need to be extremely focused now as we go to questions and ultimately deliberations as we head to whether or not we can make a recommendation on the required application for the consolidated coastal development permit. So I don't want to over-insert myself. I don't want anybody to feel offended. However, we really need to be ultra focused. And if I need to watch the clock and insert myself, I apologize in advance, but it's really because we have about 2 hours for this item, 2 hours for the next item, historic resources, and then about 1 hour for the last item, the off-sale alcohol information item, with a couple of very short breaks in between. So with that, let's go ahead and start our questions for either staff or the applicant. Please, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have quite a few questions, but I'll try to go quickly. And I apologize to staff that with, as you referenced, 388 pages of reading, I didn't quite, I wasn't able to get my questions to staff in time. So I'm going to start. I have all the page numbers written down. So the staff report on page 5, I think I know the answer to this, but I'd like to get it on the public record. This is page 5, B, and it's quoted as saying the Coastal Act establishes parameters for when diking, filling, dredging of coastal waters and wetlands is permissible. And it further states that projects only occur where there is no feasible, less environmentally damaging alternative and where feasible mitigation measures have been provided to minimize adverse environmental effects. So I just want to ask the applicant, or this may be for Ms. Artzinega, has the project been vetted for the parameters that permit these activities and vetted for no feasible, less environmentally damaging alternatives?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wiscombe, it's staff's opinion that yes, it has been vetted. As Mr. Johnson went into, there's been extensive history, monitoring, and multiple approaches at addressing this project in different ways. The project that you see before you is a result of a lot of study and a lot of alternatives that were considered and ruled out because they were more impactful. So staff does believe that this finding can be made with the information we've been given.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much for that explanation. As I say, I just wanted to get it on the record. Okay. And I think the next question is for Mr. Johnson. The letter of September 15th, 2020, on page 3 of his letter, which is 13 of 388 in our staff report, in our packet. Number 3, it talks about restoration around the beach lagoon and then fenced with interpretive signage. And I wanted to know, is there any significant loss of recreation area due to this restoration?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, as I pointed out with the photos, and you may not have been able to see it in the aerial schematic and the plans, that area that is being proposed for the dunes on the west side, adjacent to the volleyball courts, is all ice plant right now. So that is really not used by the public much. And on the other side, because it's not sandy beach, it's kind of just a bunch of mostly non-native grasses. That is also not regularly used by the public. At least whenever I'm out there, I never see anyone there. So there is a better schematic. I don't know what, it's probably in the 20s, the mid 20s, that shows in terms of the numbering, the fencing a little better and the trails that we'll go through, but all the existing pathways to the beach will be maintained. So the one large area, the grass that I spoke of, you won't be able to cross that like you can now, but that's not as frequently accessed is along the Clark Estate. So
Okay, so really you're saying there's no significant loss of recreational
this
opportunity?
is what I'm talking about, this schematic. You can see right here, there are two informal trails through on the west side of the lagoon. There are two informal trails that go through the ice plant currently. We're gonna formalize those trails with that fencing. And so that access will remain. And then on the east side, the walkway that goes adjacent to the Clark Estate will be maintained. There isn't really any formal trails or paths through that larger area that I said of grass that's in the gray, and that's to the east of the lagoon itself on the beach. So as I said, it's not really used for volleyball. People tend to like the sandy beach better when they come to the beach, and so there's not much use there at all. It's
Okay.
kind of a no man's land, so to speak.
Thank you for the answer to that. I had a question further on, which I'll get to about pathways, but I have a feeling these are the pathways you were talking about, but okay. And then Mr. Johnson, stay on, please. In your letter on page 4, which is 14 of 388 in our package, the second paragraph under construction techniques, it states that the groundwater is anticipated to be encountered during excavation and will be discharged into a settling pond, excuse me, and then discharged back into the lake, clear and free of sediment loads. So what is done with the settled sediments? Do they remain then in, or are they disposed of?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, no, where they dig a pit to do that, the water is put in, then they will either just refill if those sediments, or if there's no issue with those sediments, they'll just fill that hole back in, and that's it. If enough build up, then they can excavate those sediments out and truck them off. But we don't anticipate that volume of sediment to be collected.
Thank you. And then on your letter of page 5, 15 of 388, the second paragraph, it talks about 400 cubic yards of debris and soil will be exported off-site. Do you know where those exports will go, or does it depend upon what they really are?
It depends on what type of material it is, one, and then we typically require in our bid contracts that they recycle it if the material is recyclable. But it's usually up to the contractor to find a legal place to dispose of that material.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Okay. And then I want to go to the drawings, which Mr. Johnson, I think this is yours too. I just had a question. This is page 89 of 388 on the landscape detail sheet. What is an exclusion fence? I've never heard that term before.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, exclusion fence. Okay, I got to see what this is.
It's a chain link fence.
Oh, yes, it's a chain link fence. Sorry, I didn't know if it was exclusionary fencing around the dunes, which is not that type.
Is this the one by the zoo?
Yeah, this is over by the zoo. It actually runs adjacent to the railroad tracks. And currently we have fencing up there, but this type of fencing is a smaller mesh. And that means the holes in the fencing are smaller. It's much more difficult to cut and much more difficult to climb. So the idea is to try to keep people out of that back area so we don't have illegal camping and other things that are not good for water quality and are not legal in the park.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I don't know, I'm on to the MND now on page 36. This is, this would be 131 of 388, the bio 34. And I just want to know, why is native milkweed only a recommended action? And is native milkweed going to be planted for the monarchs? Can someone answer that question?
I can, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I can answer it. I can't say why it was not required, but I can say that we will take the recommendation and include that in the plant palette. We have 25,000 plants going in, so we'll do our best. we do have to realize the soils around the bird refuge are a little salty, so we cannot always guarantee that the plants we put in will survive well. But we can try them, and that's what we typically do with our plants is a little bit of adaptive management. We try one plant, if it doesn't really work, we try another. So we can include that in the palette. I just can't guarantee its success.
Okay, so we could change that from a recommendation to a requirement at this point in time. That would be
That's
okay.
a question for Megan, but it's fine with me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we want to, you know, obviously achieve success if we possibly can. So I see Ms. Pudeau on, so yes.
Hello, Commissioner Wilcombe. I'll take a stab at answering that. This is a recommendation that came out of the biological report that was prepared for the project. And as we were preparing the negative declaration, there wasn't a nexus for including it as a required mitigation. That's because you have to have an impact, and the mitigation is to negate that impact. And so, well, that wasn't included as a recommendation, but because there wasn't an actual impact to mitigate, that's not required.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pudeau. So, but we could include it. It would be nice to encourage, have plant milkweed to encourage monarchs if possible. So, okay,
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and then my next question is on page 6 of the biological site assessment. This is page 250 of 388, and it's 2.3.4, the sand berm priming. So my understanding is our beaches are regulated by a conditional permit to remove seaweed at certain times of the year, and it's a very strict permit. So is there someone that regulates the sand berm priming, and are there restrictions to it? It'll probably be from Mr. Johnson.
Megan, we can maybe both try to answer this. So I'll take a shot at it first. So Madam Chair and Commissioners, the way that I understand it, there's I don't know if it's a grooming permit, but you're right, you're correct. There is a permit that the city has to groom the beaches and do some management around they create that large berm in the winter adjacent to Mission Creek, to try to push the creek away from going underneath the pier or the wharf. And our permit will be separate from that, but we will need that permission from the Coastal Commission. They are the ones that regulate that type of activity. So when we go to the Coastal Commission, they will have to approve that aspect of it. And that's what I understand. The Army Corps may also, but I'm not totally clear on that, but we will be getting a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers as well.
Right.
So if that turns into a long-term management permit where we have to get it renewed every 10 years, then that's what we'll do. But that would be, I guess, bundled into it.
Okay, thank you for that answer. That answers my question. Okay, I'm just trying to go quickly. I don't have many more questions. And then on the same report on page 6, 250 of 388, and this is 2.3.5, habitat restoration. My question is the exercise equipment by the parking lot on Los Patos Way affected or impacted by this work? That exercise equipment's well used, so
Madam Chair and Commissioners, no, we are not removing that equipment. We are not reducing access to it. No impact to that.
Okay, great. And then, Mr. Johnson, this would be for you too, on the biological site assessment, page 9, 253 of 388, 2.3.7, construction techniques and BMPs. It discusses 2 temporary equipment and supply staging areas, while your letter mentioned several, including the parking lot on Los Patos Way. So are you intending to use that parking lot for staging? And if you are, will there be plenty of signage ahead of time? That lot is often full. So in fact, always full. So
Yeah.
will you be signing that ahead of time to let people that use that equipment and use the pathway know that the lot will be closed for a period of time?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, yes, we always do quite a bit of signage. We'll notify the businesses across from the parking lot also, just so everybody knows. But I will say we will try to limit the use of that parking lot as a staging area, but we may need to use it for a portion of the project or a part of the parking lot for a portion of the project if we can't stage in other areas. But I will say that will be the last resort kind of one, because it's like, as you said, it is a well-used parking lot. And we don't want to impact, even over the short term, the recreational use of that spot.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, Mr. Johnson, this goes back to your pathway improvements, or the pathways that currently go through the ice plant.
Yes.
The biological site assessment on page 37, 281 of 388, 5.1 wetlands. The first paragraph mentions improvements to existing pathways. So I just wanted to make sure these are the pathways that you previously talked about are the ones that you're talking about. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners. At one point, we were looking at doing some improvements. This may have been a carryover. We were looking at doing some improvements to the dirt path that runs along the north side of the bird refuge.
Right.
But due to expense and input from Audubon, keeping it in its natural state was the preferred option. And so we didn't pursue that. But the formalization of those informal use trails on the beach, we're not really going to be changing the tread or doing anything like that on the sand. It will just remain sand. We will just be putting up fencing that will really focus that and keep the users on those trails, as opposed to making new trails through the dune area.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, and then the biological site assessment on page 42, which is 286 of 388, you talk about, this is 5.6, non-native tree impact. So it talks about the removal of the 74 mature non-native trees from the 3 items and the localized temporary impact on wildlife. So is there going to be enough shade from the trees that remain that generally protect the wildlife habitat and patterns?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, there will still be quite a few trees at the site. When we did for birds, we did 2 years, I think, of pre-bird surveys to see what was out there and see how the birds were using the site as part of our restoration design. And in that, we found that there was very little nesting in these Myoporum trees. So very little at all. I don't want to say there's none, but very little. So the removal of those was not seen as a significant impact to the birds themselves. And there aren't really any other wildlife species that I can think of that use those trees out there regularly. And so, it was our opinion that there is some short-term impact because, some birds do roost in some of those trees and rest there, but that there are other trees where that can be done. As for instance, on the islands, we're not removing all of the trees on the islands except for the westernmost island. And the reason on the westernmost island is we want to change that to a different type of habitat to attract different species of birds. And that was a recommendation from the biologists. So
Great.
I do feel that our more measured approach will not impact any wildlife out there, and ultimately will result in better habitat for all the species there.
Good. Okay, thank you. And then I just have 3 more questions. I'm on to the mitigation monitoring and reporting program on page 2, which is 344 of 388. You talk of, and this is a pre-construction briefing. It says that the PEC shall prepare a pre-construction briefing report. And I think this question's for Ms. Arciniega. Will the city have an opportunity to review this report prior to distribution to all the construction personnel? Or maybe, yeah.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wiscombe, yes, so the city staff would be involved in the pre-construction rounding up of the PEC and all the monitoring and be attending that meeting if we want to typically. So yes, I believe we would be involved in that.
Okay, thank you. And then the same report on page 3C, the MMRP matrix, is there a maintenance component in mitigation monitoring? If not, who's responsible for maintenance after construction is complete? I think I read somewhere 5 years of maintenance, but I didn't see a lot on maintenance.
I can answer that, Megan. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the Crease Division maintains all of the sites that they restore. So we have landscapers that we contract with to maintain all of our restoration sites. So it's the Creeks Division responsibility to maintain those areas after construction.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my final question, Air Pollution Control District letter. That was interesting letter on page 1, which is 355 of 388. And this is number 1, the second paragraph. It discusses this Rule 303 nuisance that states the city should identify potential methods for reducing odors during construction and contingency measures to curtail emissions in the event of a public nuisance complaint. So has the city identified a methodology to deal with this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wiscombe, yes, so I spoke with the Air Pollution Control District regarding this nuisance rule, and what they're really looking for is management of nuisance odors, particularly having the project manager for a construction site be available for concerns of the public, and also notifying the public adequately of the activities that are going on. So the concern was if we're having stirring up some odorous material that might cause concern, as it has in the past when there's been algae blooms or other conditions. But the City of Santa Barbara Parks, whenever they their standard notification of projects really reaches a wide range. It's in all media sources, their Facebook, Nextdoor, websites, and then also mailed notices. So staff does believe that the standard noticing that Parks does for their restoration projects would adequately give the public the contact to deal with any nuisance or concerns. And that's really what the Air Pollution Control District wanted, was making sure there's adequate contact information out there and information as to what's going on.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate all the answers. Madam Chair, that concludes my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Who would like to go next with questions? Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just one. I was remembering the requirement for bioretention basins with the redone golf course at the Montecito Country Club, and that prior to that, that runoff from there also came into the bird refuge. Is that now, if there's overflow on that, does that go to the 1414 Park facility, or or is it sufficient to handle on its own whatever runoff there is?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, know that those detention basins on the golf course do overflow during rain events. And so they don't have the capacity to handle all the treatment of all the runoff from the golf course. When they do overflow, they do enter the channel that I showed you in the photograph on the tennis courts, and they would enter the new retention basin for treatment there. But that would probably be occurring more in larger rain events, and the retention basin that we are constructing is designed more for low flow. It will treat some larger rain events, a percentage of the water, but it's mostly designed to treat for low flow water coming. If there's groundwater source on that in that area, and sometimes in the past with the old golf course there was water that would come from the golf course. Now I think they're more efficient with the water use, but whatever water nuisance flows or groundwater comes in would be intercepted and go to that new retention basin.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Reed, please, questions?
Yeah, I think I can go quick, Chair Schwartz. So first question is just on the topic of adapting to sea level rise. I think Mr. Johnson touched on that, but didn't go into detail. I'd just like a little bit more explanation or summary of the implications. Really, like, I'm keeping in mind the serious considerations that were presented in our review of the sea level rise adaptation plan, specifically in regards to city infrastructure in our coastal zone. So, like, hypothetically, like, would there be a scenario if once we start monitoring sea level rise, assuming this project's underway or it's completed, that we would have to come back in the near term for changes or upgrades? I just hope of not having to backtrack on this. I know you guys, this is a considerable effort and a lot of capital is going to go into the project. So if you could just kind of walk me through that.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, Megan, maybe you can address the report side of it, and I'll talk about the other aspects of the project and the current conditions. So currently, there is flooding on Cabrillo during large rain events. What happens is that berm that I showed you the photo of on the beach, before it breaches, the water will back up and it will get, that beach berm is actually higher than the road in some locations. So the water will fill the bird refuge and start spilling into the street. And we had that happen a couple years ago. And so what happens is you get flooding on Cabrillo. With this new plan, we would be able to drain that water before it gets to that type of level. So we'll reduce any flooding from the rainwater itself. Now, how that impacts sea level rise is if you get a large rain event and high surf or a high tide, that will limit your drainage also, correct? So this, being able to do this and lower the water before those occur, before you get a high tide or before you get a large rain event, will increase the capacity there. So if water does come up, it's not going to flood Cabrillo. I don't know if that explanation, it's pretty hard to describe, but basically if you're able to get the water out of the bird refuge, it increases your capacity if you do have an event where the water is lapping up against, the ocean water is lapping up against the ocean side of Cabrillo. In other words, it can go into the bird refuge. Part of the design of this project is those gates allow water to go out, but they can also allow seawater to go in. So we can exchange that flow. And by opening those gates, if you have high tide and the bird refuge is drained, we can allow water to go into the bird refuge instead of flooding over Cabrillo. So that is one advantage of having those gates there. We have a little more control of how that water goes back and forth between the ocean and the lake itself. Does that make any sense? Did I?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me move on to the work at the municipal tennis courts, the bioretention basin. I don't think you need to go to it, but this, I believe this was on page 102, bottom of 102, top of 103, and it brought to our attention that site, specifically the building, the courts, and the sandstone walls, are on the potential historic resource list. So that could become a structure of merit in the near term. And Mr. Johnson, based on your description, it was good to hear what you're doing with that bioretention basin. So you're removing the tree and it's going to become a landscaped bioretention basin, pretty clever and advanced stuff to extract the nutrients. And then you said periodically you'll harvest the landscape essentially. And so my question, just in the context of preserving what could become a site of merit, when you do that periodic harvest, my fear is with the tree gone, the landscape gone, does that, and the vastness of the bioretention basin, does that become like a desolate wasteland?
That's a good question. Madam Chair and Commissioners, what I didn't describe because of time is that there will be other vegetation that is planted on the banks and at the top of the bank of the actual basin. The material that's harvested will be down in the wetted part of the basin at the bottom where it's excavated down to 4 feet. We won't be harvesting the vegetation on the banks or on the upland area. So that vegetation will remain. And you probably won't see much difference, at least driving by from the road, because that vegetation will screen the vegetation that's growing lower down in the basin itself.
Okay, and will you come back to the design review board for approval on that?
Yes, we do. We do go back to ABR for final design review. Yes, we do go back to them for final design. And one thing I will also say is those cattails and bulrush species are very fast growing too. So if it's wet in there, we're not removing the roots, we just cut off the top. And so it's kind of like mowing your lawn. They will grow back pretty quick.
Okay, great. There was some mention, you brought up the trail and viewing platform, or the trail. I saw in the plans an existing viewing platform. Maybe I should know this as a lifelong resident, but is that currently accessible to the public, that trail and that viewing platform?
Oh, Madam Chair and Commissioners, yeah, there's actually 3 viewing platforms. They were put in the late 80s by the city with some money from the Coastal Conservancy when they put the original gate in I talked about. And so, yeah, they're very heavily used by birders. They go out there and it allows you a really good view out into the bird refuge. And people walk out there too, just to sit and enjoy. It's kind of a nice space out there. So yeah, there's 3 different ones. Okay,
and you said that you did have a plan to improve the trails. You've kind of reversed course on that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It was a concrete trail. You know, we were thinking of maybe extending that bike path, and so there were some issues with disturbing the birds and turning what's a really nice natural area into more of a heavily, like a more kind of heavier recreation use instead of that more passive use that's out there right now. And that's kind of was the design and goal originally of Clark when they donated the money for making that bird refuge. So they felt like it wasn't a good improvement.
Okay. That makes sense. That leads to my last question. So just considering the overall project and enhancing or even adding additional public amenities, primarily like educational opportunities, because this is such a fantastic site. Commissioner Wiscombe cited some language about educational signage. I believe that was just a recommendation. I don't know if that's adopted into the plan, but is there or could there be, has there been conversation around like a more comprehensive educational signage plan where there is public accessibility? I just think with the massive undertaking and all these new native species being reintroduced to the site, it's such an awesome opportunity for the public to get educated on what's there. And if signage could be incorporated, maybe more than you're already considering, or you could just speak to that a little bit.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, yeah, we do typically put interpretive signs at all of our restoration sites. So if you go around to the areas we've restored in the city, you can see those. And we do plan on doing, improving definitely that area could use some improvement. There were some signs there, I think maybe put in the 80s or 90s, but they could use some updating, and some of them aren't even there anymore. So we do plan on putting signage there, interpretive signage for the dunes, as well as around the lagoon where we've done restoration. We don't have a specific design for that yet, and we haven't got to that stage. It's usually later in the stage of the project. We typically put those signs in after construction, still part of the same project, but after construction. We work with our education coordinator to design the signs and kind of may have a theme for the site. So yes, we plan on doing that. I don't know if I can give you any more specific information though on what the signs would include.
No, that's great. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Johnson and Chair Schwartz. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Escobedo, questions for staff or the applicant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have maybe one or two questions. I think they're for Mr. Johnson. And they revolve around the weir gates. And so am I understanding it correctly that our current gate has been non-functional for quite a while? So do I have that correct?
Yes, you do. That's true.
And so for these new gates that we're installing, is it a different type of technology? Can we have quite a bit of confidence that they're going to remain functional? And then if you can give us an idea of what the lifespan is of these gates and when can we anticipate having to possibly replace them?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, the gates are very different than the gate that's there or the gate that was there now. The gate that was there was was made of steel, and it was a sliding gate that went up and down. And the problem with that gate is when you pulled it up, all the water sucked under the gate. It would suck all the vegetation into it, and it would block those pipes that go under Cabrillo. And you'd end up not having any way to get your water out, and you'd flood Cabrillo. So using the gate just wasn't very practical. It was also steel, and it rusted, and you had to maintain it. It was hard to keep it maintained. These will be stainless steel gates. The lifespan, I can't be exact as how long they will last, but I'm assuming the stainless steel, they'll last at least 20 years. It is a marine environment. It is brackish water, so rust is an issue, but all of the things we're putting in are galvanized or stainless steel. We have rubber rubber seals that are designed for marine environment to seal around the edge of the gate. And the gates actually look like the old ashtrays. I mean, the ashtrays in old cars kind of flip out like that. And so we can actually set the level of the bird refuge with those gates. We don't have to either open or close them. So we can close them a little bit or halfway. So they're much more flexible in terms of how we operate them. And they are also not mechanical. The old gate was mechanical. These will have a mechanical function as a backup, but they will primarily be operated with small motors. And according to the engineers and the designers of these gates, they do not require a lot of power. It's not like you need super, strong motors to do it. It's relatively, they're much smaller horsepower, if you want to call it that, than I had anticipated. At least that's what the designers are saying. So I think they will be a vast improvement. And we did look at this gate issue a lot and look at a bunch of different options as to what we could do and the easiest way to maintain them, and would they silt up, and this seemed to be the best option of those.
Thank you for that explanation. It does sound like a big improvement. And so just one follow-on question that goes to Ms. Scott's public comment is mussels and clams do filter water pretty efficiently. Is that something that is a good idea for this restoration project, or is it something that you had considered?
It's not something I had considered or we had ever really talked about. Maybe it had been talked about. We had assistance from our staff scientist for a lot of the technical things in this, and the scientists may have looked at that as a potential option, but the first hurdle is anything you introduce into that environment, it has to be approved by the Coastal Commission. So, and the permitting resource agencies. So I am not versed in in clam species in this type of environment. So I can't tell you even if there is a native clam species that would, because this is a modified system, it used to be a salt flat. It's really like a shallow brackish lake right now. I don't know what type of species could survive in those current conditions, as well as the current dissolved oxygen conditions. They're so low. I don't know if clams could actually survive there. So there are kind of a lot of unknowns. Sorry, I don't have a better answer for you, but that's it. There would be a lot of hurdles to get through to introduce, and then it would be expensive. You'd have to find these species and introduce them, and it's not an easy task. Just let me say that.
But you feel confident in in what is proposed in this plan, that we don't need further mitigation, either species, whether they be clams or some other plant, that you feel confident that this will do the trick?
Right. We did look at plants. We did look at the idea of planting part of the area, or actually putting floating platforms with plants that we could harvest, like we're doing in the retention basin. But to really remove enough nutrients, you'd have to cover the whole thing in it. Then you get into aesthetic impacts and biological impacts, and it wasn't practical. Plus, it was really expensive. So the good thing about the approach we're taking is we're not saying that this is going to solve all of the water quality problems. We want to take kind of a tiered, stepped approach, and this is the first step. It doesn't preclude introducing clams in the future by the actions we're taking right now, but we can do this, and we can say, hey, if this improved the water to this much, to this level, maybe we can add this into it later on. So instead of in the past, a lot of the projects that were proposed for the bird refuge were so big in scope that they were too big. They died because they were too big, right? And we're trying to say, hey, why don't we just take a couple bites off the apple rather than trying to eat the whole thing at once? And we can do some more monitoring and see what works and what doesn't work. But what we're proposing won't preclude a lot of the other options that can be looked at in the future.
Thank you for such a thorough answer. Really appreciate it. That's my last question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Commissioner Bonderson, did you have any questions for either staff or the applicant on this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to anyone watching, please excuse me for having to turn off my camera. I'm having some internet difficulties and the Wi-Fi is unstable. If I go out, we'll figure it out when we cross that bridge when we get there. I only had one specific question, and it goes to the applicant as well. And it was the length of time. Hello, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, let me go ahead and propose my question to you. You've spoken about a lot of different concepts and ideas that are part of this project that you're expecting to propose and implement that aren't quite in our proposal here today in the staff report. I know that there's more steps and there'll probably be a lot more decisions made before the project is complete. Could you please describe to us and to the public what the following steps may look like, so that anyone who has a question, including myself, on when this project will be at a very clear point of proposal, when would that be? Who is going to be the decision-making body to make that final decision? I'm aware it doesn't come back to us, but at what point is the proposal complete enough that a final decision-making body will see it?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I hope I didn't mislead you. The application package before you is complete. We have 65% detailed drawings that were provided. So all the components that we are discussing are going to be included in the current project. When in answering my last question, there's other things that were looked at, like you could improve the flow between the ocean and the bird refuge by putting in a new bridge instead of those 5 pipes that they kind of attenuate or restrict flow between the two, between the ocean and between the land and the ocean and between the ocean and the lagoon. So that was looked at, but it's very expensive to build a bridge. So as our first, again, bite at the apple, we said, well, let's put the gates on and see how this improvement in flow helps. And maybe we don't need to build a new bridge. And so that might be an option that happens in the future is replacement of those culverts with the bridge. So that's one example of something that might happen in the future. But it's not something that we're proposing now. What we're proposing now are those 5 components we talked about: the restoration around the perimeter, the wetland, beach priming, and we will be working with the Coastal Commission to get more details on the beach priming, the exact details, and we're going to kind of defer to them because they're pretty demanding. So we're just going to see what they will accept, and then we'll go from there.
That was such a good answer because you specifically answered one of the examples I was having difficulty with. And I think you also just acknowledged that this project will be further developed or further detailed maybe by the Coastal Commission. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are small components that like especially the beach priming, that they will weigh in on and they will provide their input, and then we'll adjust it to that. But the major components are all the same, unless Coastal Commission doesn't like something, and then we're kind of back to the, then we're going a little bit back to the drawing board. But we're hoping that these major components will stay in, and we just have to fine tune a couple of them, like the beach priming or the beach berm management.
And I'm going to follow up with a second question. I apologize because this comes from your answer. With the consideration of some of the comments that my colleagues have made today, one, for example, about the sea life, the clams and so on, or another example are the lookout points and signage that has come up. If those are to be considered, would they be considered prior to you submitting to the Coastal Commission?
So in terms of additional lookouts, we did actually look at putting in some more platforms also, but same issues with disturbance to the birds and the Audubon and the bird biologists felt like adding more of those could be kind of a disturbance to the birds. So we felt like just staying with the 3 platforms that are existing was good. We always have a sign management plan. We typically don't get into really minute details of what is on the plan, of what is on the signs with the design review boards. Just the ABR wants to know what it looks like, but not really what's on the signs themselves. So we kind of develop that as we go along, when we get closer to construction. So those things won't really change as far as I can see between now and our application to the Coastal Commission. And then the clams, I don't think we're gonna propose clams at this point. That could be, again, like a bridge, the bridge in the future. We'll keep doing our monitoring. We'll see how water quality improves or doesn't improve as a result of the restoration efforts. And then we'll go back to, we'll reanalyze it and go, hey, maybe we can try this, or let's do this. This might work. So.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. That answer satisfies my question. Ms. Arciniega, hello. Do you have anything you'd like to add before I conclude?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Bonderson, I just wanted to clarify that signage is part of the coastal development permit application that they're proposing right now. It's just not detailed. It's just general. They show on the plans where those sign locations would be. That's part of the proposal. But as Mr. Johnson pointed out, the details wouldn't be fleshed out until final design review and potentially a sign permit application, but that would be happening later in the stage after Coastal Commission approval.
Thank you for the clarification. Madam Chair, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question, and I think this may be to Mr. Johnson. If you could come back on, please. Of all my questions that were already addressed from my colleagues, Mr. Johnson, I want to go to Commissioner Wiscombe's question to you about construction and the conversation about use of the parking lot. I don't know if we have a timeline slide that we could put back up, or you could just speak to that. But I wanted to understand the timeline of this project and the synchronizing of it with the new Los Patos roundabout as it connects with the new Highway 101 HOV mainline project. Here we go. Okay, let's look at the timeline together. So it looks like construction, August 2021. So here's what I wanted to ask you about that. Commissioner Higgins and I just started our reconvened participation yesterday in the Highway 101 HOV design working group. And we learned from SB CAG that by next summer, 11 miles of construction will be underway in and around this area. So I don't have specifics for you today regarding that, but, and maybe this is really more of a comment to you, if you would please note to take back to your planning process, the careful integration or synchronizing of the construction that will be needed for this project that's before us today at the Bird Refuge, in conjunction with the significant construction that's going to be coming forward on the Highway 101 HOV project and the parallel projects. That's what we're calling those, the Los Patos roundabout. As you know, we also have a new roundabout at Olive Mill Coast Village. So I'll just leave it at that, and you could just make a note, and we don't have to continue on, just in the interest of time.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, commissioners, thank you, Mr. Johnson. You can go ahead on. Commissioners, please come back on. Let's go ahead and very swiftly go through our comments or deliberations. And again, just to focus us, we're looking at a required application of a recommendation from the Planning Commission to allow the project to proceed to the California Coastal Commission for a consolidated coastal development permit. And we have that slide up on the screen for us. And we know that part of the recommendation is for consideration adoption of a final mitigated negative declaration. I also want to note in hearing Commissioner Wiscombe's request for, I think this is page 131 of our packet, bio-34 regarding the narrow leaf milkweed. Commissioner Wiscombe, I noticed that you had noted that. So we'll also consider including that. And Commissioner Wiscombe, if I could just ask you to kick off comments or deliberations and how you might like that to read as we ultimately go to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Johnson said they're going to try it, and it will be part of the thing. If my fellow commissioners want to include it, that's fine. I'm not gonna, I would like it to get off the recommended list and onto the required list, because I think that would be appropriate. But at any rate, I'll just start off my comments. I come from the Parks and Recreation Commission, and this project has been a long time coming, and our community and our visiting public, they're going to be so grateful for these thoughtful improvements. The staff talked about the objective of improving water quality and habitat, and I think that this project more than meets both of those objectives. I was very impressed with the public outreach that's happened on the project, the slide that was shown on that. And I also appreciate not only the sea level rise analysis that's included in our packet, but the proposed restoration that, although it may not eliminate the possibility of flooding on East Cabrillo, there's a potential for the localized flooding to be reduced. And I think that's another great asset of the project. So I am in total support of the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Oh, I'm sorry, please.
No,
Okay,
and I'd be prepared to make a motion when the time is appropriate. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, who would like to go next, please, with deliberation? Commissioner Reed, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Schwartz. So I can definitely support the recommended actions as well as the findings in our packet on page 9 and 10, I believe. Yeah, really extremely well thought out project, very important for our community. The visual resources, scenic resources in that area, as staff described, are pretty quintessential to Santa Barbara. So this only enhances that, and fully support it. I would second Commissioner Wiscombe's proposed motion.
Thank you. And if any of the commissioners would like the findings on pages 9 and 10 to be put up on the screen, just let us know and we'll have Mr. Bolton do that. If you want to go into any detail regarding these, we have 6 findings on between those 2 pages that are before us. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Escobedo, please.
Commissioner Lodge can go.
Commissioner Lodge, would you like to go next?
Okay, yeah, I just want to agree with the comments made by Commissioners Wiscombe. It has been a very long time coming. I just want to make a little comment on the plants, the milkweed for the butterflies, having tried to grow it myself unsuccessfully. I would rather leave that up to whatever staff decides is going to work rather than make it a rip. And especially if the soil is.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Anything else in the way of comments? Okay, I think her screen froze. We'll continue on, and if we need to come back. Commissioner Escobedo, comments, please, deliberations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my fellow commissioners have put it perfectly. This is going to be a huge asset to our community. The preservation and the restoration of wetlands is huge. And it's only going to help with storm surge as we experience sea level rise. I can support this more. And I loved Commissioner Reed's idea about, I know it's included the educational pieces, but if we can make those as robust as possible, that would be fantastic.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, deliberations, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. I would just like to echo the comments that were made. I don't feel like there's anything significant to add to Vice Chair Wiscombe's comments. And I do also agree with all the comments made today about the educational portion. I always am very strongly in support of any type of awareness and educational component that can be added to these projects. And this is a very good example of one that I believe we can always benefit from as a community. I also just want to say thank you to Ms. Arciniega and anyone else who was participating in putting together this staff report. I feel like it was so complete and quite thorough. It did not leave me with too many questions. And I just want to say that that's what we like to see. And thank you very much for the time and effort put into this. I really support it, and I'd really like to help move it forward today.
Thank you. My comments are brief. We don't have mitigated negative declarations come to the Planning Commission that often. I'm thinking back sort of almost on one hand in the years I've been serving. And to me, this is a standout effort between Ms. Arciniega, Mr. Johnson, and everyone else from both the staff and the applicant side that have put this together. I was really hard pressed to find any deficiencies, any glaring issues with this. And so that just goes to the quality of both the staff and the applicant, individuals involved, and also, as has been mentioned, that this project has been making its way forward for some time. And I think it's going to be a significant improvement in terms of our environmental quality, sustainability, and to the point about community education, to me, that is essential. So I hope, to use the words that Commissioner Escobedo just used, as robust as possible. We want to make all of these projects exciting learning opportunities for the community, both for locals and visitors. I think this could be a very exciting attraction to visitors who come to Santa Barbara and appreciate our beautiful natural environment. So I hope between, again, staff and the applicant, they can really build that out as a part of the project. So with that, I'm going to come back to Commissioner Wiscombe, who right away offered to make a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will move that we adopt the final MND, making the findings in the staff report, which are found on pages 9 and 10 of the staff report, and that would be pages 9 and 10 of our packet, and allow the project to proceed to the California Coastal Commission for a consolidated coastal development permit, and recommend that the project be subject to the mitigation measures and city standard conditions, exhibits C and F of the final mitigated negative declaration.
Second.
So we have a first and a second. Any discussion on the motion? No? Okay. Ms. Rydell, would you please call a voice vote?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll call a voice vote. Start with Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins. Absent. Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. DeBusk, is there a standard appeal process that needs to be announced on this project?
Chair Schwartz, because you are not approving the project itself, there is no appeal period.
Okay, very good. So with that, we've concluded this item. And it's 3:05 by my clock. We're going to take a break at this time. Let's reconvene at 3:15. And at that point, we're going to go to our next item. And for those waiting to join us, let me just read that now, and I'll read it again into the record when we return. And that's a continuation from our December 3rd hearing, proposed amendments to the Historic Resource Ordinance. At this time, we are in recess, returning at 3:15. Thanks to everyone. And at this time, I'd like to invite staff representatives to identify themselves so we know who's available. This is a continued item from December 3rd. Welcome back, Ms. Hernandez.
Hi, thank you. And I also, John Doimus, the Assistant City Attorney, is with me.
Welcome back, Mr. Doimus.
Thank you.
Now, a couple of items for how we're going to handle this procedurally. I did say on December 3rd that I was going to reopen public comment. I would like to do that now at this time before we proceed with any information or questions from the commission, just so we can respect the public's time if they want to move on with their day. And then because some new information as requested was brought forward by you and Mr. Doimus, if the commissioners have any quick questions, I'll hope they're fairly quick, let's get to those, because otherwise our hearing today on this item was to be almost exclusively deliberations. And then we need to go into that again with such a tight schedule today. So if you could hold on, Ms. Hernandez, and maybe turn off your webcam, and I'm going to ask Ms. DeBusk to see if we have any members of the public who wish to speak to us today. And if we do, I'm going to ask the commissioners to turn their webcams back on. But first, let's find out.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. We do have some members of the public that would like to speak. And so I will call on them now. We'll start.
Ms. DeBusk, just hold on one moment, if you would, please. I want to make sure all the commissioners are with us. And I know Commissioner Higgins is now back with us. And we'll just, there we go. Okay, we're all now here. Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. So back to you to facilitate public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I would like to start with our HLC representative, Anthony Grumbine. So I will call on him first. Mr. Grumbine, you may unmute yourself and you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I wanted to just come on to, because I know in the discussion, various topics have been brought up, but I wanted to come on to just offer a brief kind of view from Historic Landmarks Commission perspective on this. It has been a document that, as you all know, we've been working on for quite some time, both within the city. It's, I think, measured in decades now how long this has been being worked on, or at least close to it. And over this last year, even though it's been a difficult year, it's been last, especially 6 months or so, have been a heavy lift on getting revisions to this document and working through a lot of the concepts and the organization, and there's been a great effort by the commissioners as well as the public, which we have very much appreciated their feedback in working it through. So I wanted to let you all know that we're quite happy with where it is in its current draft form. And that we think it has a lot of great concepts and ideas and verbiage that make for a good structure and a good historic ordinance, and can help carry through the next wave of Santa Barbara, and help us both appreciate and cherish our historic resources and landmarks, but at the same time also allow for growth within the city and the next wave of development that's going to be happening. So I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time, but and let me know if that is going to be later or if it wants to be now. I'm fine either way. So.
Thank you, Mr. Grumbine. What I'd like to do, again, in the interest of having a very compressed hearing today, I'd like to continue on with public comment. And when we come back to the commissioners, if you have very succinctly, of course, any questions for Mr. Grumbine, but otherwise, let's move to staff because again, we've set aside about 2 hours in total for this item. So Ms. DeBusk, please continue with public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next speaker will be Anna Gott. Anna Gott, you can unmute yourself and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Awesome. My public comments were related to the presentation last time, so I apologize. It sounds like you might have consolidated everything in one chapter based on Mr. Grumbrine's comments. My comments really had to do with making sure that we had one consolidated chapter in the NZO versus having information scattered throughout the NZO in chapter 30, in title 30. I think that having everything in one consolidated chapter for everything that related to the historical ordinance is absolutely essential. But I think what also is essential is to make sure that we have within this ordinance a requirement that staff produce written material for any a project that is going to be adjacent to, near, or like such as across the street from, anything related to a historical landmark or a structure, potential structure of merit, or a potential historic landmark. I think that one of the things that we forget is that we have so many projects going through the pipeline right now that oftentimes things are missed. And if we have a checklist and an actual written document that is put in front of the ABR or HLC so that they can know exactly what is around a project, that it would actually help reduce errors. And the biggest error I just want to remind everybody about was 711 North Milpas, which was adjacent to the school, which is a historic landmark, and directly across the street from one of D'Alfonso's first buildings on Milpas. And that was a Spanish colonial. And it was really going to be an eyesore to have this huge contemporary building right next to these Spanish architectural designs and,
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Very important monuments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Bus, please.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Fred Sweeney. Mr. Sweeney, you may unmute your microphone and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm going to read just to make sure I get it in 2 minutes. At your December 3rd meeting, many of your questions and concerns about the word buffer, particularly regarding how proposed housing project designs might address perceived or documented historic sites and areas. Many of the questions centered on how future proposed historic district might impact the design outcome of those housing projects. As is the goal of the historic resource element of the general plan, it outlines it is imperative that any future project built within the city respect the historical architectural character of our city. In many cases, the community's perception of what is historic is very subjective, and therefore many times the review boards such as the HLC must grapple with such perceptions. I would propose a more objective approach by defining within a designated neighborhood the following for addressing the idea of a buffer. And I understand some of these are used currently for noticing, but aren't germane to the actual site. One is any properties within 100 feet of any or adjacent to a designated historical structure. That would be a buffer. Any properties within 300 feet or adjacent to a designated landmark property. And thirdly, any properties within 500 feet of any proposed designated historical district. It should be noted that such a buffer language already exists as it applies to the neighborhoods around the El Pueblo Viejo too. The buffer is defined as 1,000 feet from Mission Santa Barbara properties. All projects, including residential within that defined area, are required to be reviewed by the HLC, ABR, or the SFDB as determined by the city's urban historian. These definitions would clearly outline housing project developers and the design team, make it clear to what they'd have to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney.
Kellum DeForest, you will be our next speaker, followed by Mary Louise Days. Kellum DeForest, you can unmute yourself and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Just two quick items, or one quick item I concur with, I think, and I've lobbied for the historic resources ordinances be collected in one chapter so that we'll all be together. I concur with that. Also, I wanted to know, I had a couple of minor wording questions. When would be, and I know this goes back to the HOC and then to the City Council, when do these minor word, or how should I communicate the few minor word changes that might be considered? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeForest. Ms. DeBusk, would you like to just address the best way for the public to have follow-on communication with the city regarding the process as it moves forward?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. Any communication on this item should be directed to Nicole Hernandez, and she can take a look at any proposed wordsmithing or other comments. And ideally, that would take place prior to this going to the City Council.
Very good.
Okay, so our next speaker is Mary Louise Days. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Please refer to my comments in the December 1st email letter sent to the Commission. I remain convinced that it is important for Santa Barbara to have a separate position in the municipal code and not be scattered throughout the zoning ordinance. The work performed by many citizens to protect the city's heritage and to enact historic preservation regulations should not be ignored or downplayed by making it difficult to find the precise law. A handout is not law. I concur with the sentiments presented in Fermina Murray's letter to you dated December 10th. The historic resources element of the general plan adopted in 2012 was prepared by a devoted task force with the help of staff, and I was also a member of that task force. Implementation, carefully and publicly done, is very important. I also I request that in the proposed new definition of buffer area, that the language referring to the Presidio be expanded and clarified, because there could be confusion and mistakes made with the current language. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Days.
Our next speaker is Michael Imwali. I have unmuted you and you have 2 minutes. You may start at any time.
Thank you. Chair Schwartz and members of the Planning Commission, please find comments below on behalf of the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation regarding Planning Commission's continued discussion of the Historic Resource Ordinance Amendment at your December 17th meeting. We support historian and former HLC member Fermina Murray's letter to the Planning Commission on December 10th. Specifically, her statement that the purpose of these ordinance amendments are to implement the approved historic resource element of the city's general plan, not to create or redefine any of the elements of that document. We also support Ms. Murray's reiteration of the Planning Commission's role in this process, which is limited to land use zoning and boundaries for future historic districts. In the memo from City's architectural historian to the Planning Commission on December 10th regarding revisions made at the Commission's request, number 8 includes a reference to changing the language regarding buffers and includes a reference to the Presidio. While we support the emphasis of using the language of the HRE for these ordinance amendments, the language regarding the Presidio HRE 2.8 reads, El Presidio de Santa Barbara State Historic Park and areas inclusive of the original footprint of the Presidio. We request that you revise the suggested amendment language regarding buffers in 30.300.080.h.b to reflect this specific language to avoid confusion. We request that all language regarding buffers and compatibility included in the HRE be carried through and remain intact in the related ordinance amendments in order to maintain the integrity of this important section of the city general plan. Using buffers and compatibility principles are not intended to prevent development, but rather to guide proposed development near historic resources so that our city can both fulfill its housing and other development needs and also honor and protect its historic resources. This argument has been made well in recent letters to the Planning Commission by Dennis Dorden and others, which we support. Sincerely, Ann Peterson, Executive Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amali.
Our next speaker is Patricia Saley. Patricia Saley, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to provide an illustration of how this ordinance can work. A couple years ago, I was involved in a project proposed near downtown. It was a small AUD in what we now call a buffer area around a proposed historic district. Project's design was totally inappropriate for the location, especially given there were 3 small bungalows on the other 3 corners intersection. It's a long story, but the project was redesigned to fit in with the bungalows without losing a single unit, a single square foot. Respecting nearby historic structures or districts doesn't mean that less development would be allowed. It means that the design would respect the structures and neighborhoods in which it is proposed. If the proposed buffer area provision in the ordinance were in place when this project 2 years ago came along, the developer had been told about the historic buildings nearby and the initial design would have been appropriate from the beginning. A lot of people would have been spared pain, lost time, and money. That's what the resources ordinance, and in particular the buffer policy, is trying to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Saley.
Our next speaker is Richard Clausen. Richard Clausen, you can unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. I want to mention 5 points about buffer areas or overlay zones. First, a term like buffer zone may have different connotations for different listeners. Commissioners on a planning board might focus on the zone part, while commissioners on a historic landmarking board might emphasize the buffer part. The responsibility of a proper ordinance is to empower enough of the zone definition to enable the buffer purpose. Second, weakening buffers that protect not only historic resources, but any element of civic value could have their own chilling effect. Owners might be less inclined to invest in authentic improvements if they risk a modern, incompatible development next door that detracts from their resource or diminishes its improvements. That would be a tangible loss for neighborhoods. Third, buffers and overlays encourage compatibility. Compatibility is required for all design reviewed projects, and buffers are the devices that facilitate it. As you know, current project compatibility analysis includes subjective descriptors such as appropriate, desirable, sensitive, and character. These can be tightened into a better design tool with objective design standards that are not necessarily planning objectives. Fourth, when owners, applicants, and architects can understand clear, objective, unambiguous buffer and overlay requirements, everyone can save time and money from shortened review processes and fewer plan revisions and reduced risk of appeals from neighbors. Finally, Good buffers, unlike fences, can make good neighbors. If the commission objects to some parts about buffers or overlays, please recommend improvement with explicit suggestions rather than deletion from the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen.
If anyone else from the public would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand and I will call on you. Not seeing anyone else at this time, so I'd like to go to Ms. Rydell to ask if we've received any written public comment.
Thank you, Allison, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did receive written correspondence for this item and it was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. DeBus, before we come back to the commission for focused questions, followed by deliberations, could you remind everyone what the appropriate course of action is by the commission today on this item? So we're all clear about where we're headed following deliberations.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, the request today is a recommendation for approval to forward the ordinance to the City Council. The City Council will make the final determination.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, with that, I think we are ready for any brief focused questions on the new information. So again, just the new information that staff brought forward. Otherwise, if we reopen it to everything we've already covered, it's going to be a protracted hearing on this matter. So Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have two questions. One relates to Mr. DeForest's email of December 15th. It states that air conditioners and water heaters should not be included in the exemption. There's a utility exemption that was added. And so how are these items presently addressed during review? And was the language intended to be buried utility and not things like water heaters and air conditioners? Ms. Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Wiscombe. And Mr. Doimus might be able to expand on this, but we intended it to be inclusive of water heaters and meters. I know that most of those items are not going to impact a historic resource, and they usually are on the exterior of the resource. The house isn't going to be demolished if someone relocates their water heater, usually from like a side non-visible elevation to a back non-visible elevation. And we also expanded the language to be more specific that we want to exempt build projects that are sorry, I'll back up, but that we're really looking at things on the public right of way, on the exterior. And we made that more specific in the language. And utilities, obviously, because I just think so many people need to move on with their really important, like getting their new water heater, getting the electricity where it needs to be without being held up. And most of those really don't end up on the front elevation. And I don't think it's gonna threaten our historic resources. And Mr. Doimus can expand on that.
And should we look at that list? Would that be helpful, Commissioner Wiscombe? Could we go to that staff? I guess it'd be Mr. Bolton, to put up the list, part of which Commissioner Wiscombe is referencing.
Madam Chair, it's on page 2 of our new memo from Ms. Hernandez. At the very top, exterior, this was a comment by Mr. Gorin originally from the last meeting, I believe. That's my recollection. Yes. Exterior alterations exempt under this section include repairs that match existing and the installation of a utility. So that's why I asked the question.
Very good. Also, if I could just refer us on this item, we really have 2 sets of documents. So if we're going to ask Mr. Bolton to put anything up, or we want to draw one another's attention, we have the original December 3rd packet, and that's 82 pages. So you see 1 of 82 on the front page, versus today for December 17th, we have 1 of 52. So please, if you're for any reason going to reference anything in the previous package, we'll have to go to the 1 of 82 versus what we have today. Thank you very much. Back to you, Commissioner Wiscombe.
I see Mr. Dormus up.
Yes,
Do you have a
Chair,
comment?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Wiscombe, I was just going to further expand. They would be, exterior utilities, so not underground. We wanted to address the concerns from the commission last time in terms of, bottlenecking some of these applicants, that we're looking at significant changes to the views or structures from the public right of way. Some maybe even, exempt from this process. A possibility could be like solar panels, et cetera. So that's what this definition, instead of listing what would be exempt or not, it gives at least applicants an idea of what we're looking for, what really would be going to Ms. Hernandez in terms of reviewing when the structures are over 50 years old.
Great. I love the new language. I think it's very appropriate, and I thought it was very well done. So I just wanted to clarify that from Mr. DeForest's letter. And then my last question, Madam Chair, comes from Ms. Peterson's letter dated Wednesday the 16th. And she talks about the language regarding the Presidio, and HRE 2.8 reads El Presidio de Santa Barbara State Historic Park, and areas inclusive of the original footprint of the Presidio. So I wondered, can that be, I think we've heard from the public today, it needs to be, or they want it added or revised to include that language. Is that possible, Ms. Hernandez?
Absolutely. We can do that right away.
Okay, that's fine. Those are my only questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other focused questions from the commissioners on the new materials that Ms. Hernandez and Mr. Doimus provided to us? Commissioner Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the question that Vice Chair Wiscombe brought up sparked one in my mind. And it might be for Ms. Hernandez, might also be for Mr. Joyce, but so it was mentioned that solar would be one of those exemptions. And last week we had seen a project in which it wasn't necessarily the solar panels that were a part of the design review because of its proximity to historic resources. It was the supporting structure. And so I'm wondering, I tried looking for it in this. Is there any sort of guidance that can be found in these amendments that provide guidance for projects like that? Because the current guidelines that exist are not applicable. They're for completely different projects.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So are you referring to the solar guidelines that we have?
Yeah,
Separate.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Apologies, I should have provided more context.
No.
I'm referring to the project last week was the solar panel array. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a unique project, and we don't have guidelines really for just doing an array, and it might be somewhere where we need to expand upon in our guidelines. We will be editing all our guidelines right after we get this ordinance, because all of them will need updating to reflect the ordinance. So it's definitely something we could put into the guidelines and add that to start helping, because I think we will probably see a lot more arrays in other parts of the city as well. I think that I can just talk to that, but I don't know if it's something we'd want to put in an ordinance as much as, because technology changes. I think it would be a better guideline that as technology changes, we can work and change guidelines.
Is there any action that we could take today to incentivize developing those guidelines, or would comments and comments from the commission go far enough?
I think, if you could add a condition to your motion that the guidelines that we're working on to be companion pieces to the ordinance include some guidelines to ordinance or solar arrays and solar, best practices for solar installation. And
Okay, thank you very much.
And Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Escobedo, if I may address too, my understanding, at least the ordinance regarding solar panels, while that may be exempt from design review, changes to the structure, to the building, for example, if you're putting in a new roof with the panels to be attached, that wouldn't be exempt. And so that would go into, in terms of why maybe you look at the solar panels as a utility. If there are other, changes to the structure that would affect the public right of view, that would still be something that would be reviewed by Ms. Hernandez going forward.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. I'm just hoping that we can provide some guidance for the design of those supporting structures, whether it's a roof or a superstructure.
Any other focused questions for Ms. Hernandez or Mr. Doimus? Okay. Ms. Hernandez, I apologize. I was not aware that you had a short presentation today. Before we go to deliberations, and I don't know if it's, not pertinent now or if we've gone over the information you were going to present anyway, would you still like to make this presentation? We can't hear you. Hold on one moment, Ms. Hernandez.
sorry, apologize, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I did make a short presentation just to go over the changes that were outlined in your memo for the public very briefly. It's up to your pleasure if you think you need it.
Well, why don't we do that? I appreciate the effort that you've gone to with this, and perhaps that will help us as we head into deliberations. I know it's a bit out of sequence. We could have done this first, but I wasn't aware until Ms. DeBusk made me aware. So again, my apologies, my oversight. Let's go ahead to your presentation, and everybody mute themselves, and we'll just let Ms. Hernandez make the presentation. Thank you so much.
I'll be brief. Mr. Bolton, next slide, please. So some of the revisions we made based on our last hearing on December 3rd was we did add the craftsman style example to the Brinkerhoff Avenue Historic District. And we did take out the removal of classical revival because we used the term Queen Anne Free Classic, which is much more accurate for the style. And I gave you a link in the memo if you want to see the style guides that we have that help decide that. And we also added the legal description of the Riviera Campus Historic District and corrected some typos. Next slide. And then I know a lot of the public comment talked about the HRE implementation item to employ historic resource buffers and parcels of 100 feet of historic resource or 250 feet around historic adobes, the Presidios, park, and landmarks to be identified and flagged. We as staff have already implemented this and do tag these in our mapping program in Monticello. And this is now a possibility to be codified. And we, next slide. So what we did in the ordinance compared to what you saw before is we removed the buffer area as being part of an application requirement for a district and added the buffer area as a post-approval procedure for individual resources and a district as defined with the more specific boundaries that are in the definition. And again, this would be something by staff to flag parcels and maps to alert owners and planners and review boards to plan to mitigate negative impacts any project might have. This is really an effort to help streamline applicants through the design review process so they know what's around them from the beginning. And again, we revised the definition of a buffer area to be a little more specific. Next slide. And then we edited the administrative listing to the inventory. We added that city's architectural historian or his or her qualified designee, and we do have qualified in this definition section, really specific to the Secretary of Interior's standards of qualified staff, or it could be a consultant that we work with. Next slide. And we clarified, as I just said, the language to be completing exterior alterations visible from the public right of way on these, especially building permit applications. Exterior alterations exempt under this section include repairs that match existing and installation of a utility. Next slide. We also, I just know that we're asking you to make the finding that the amendments are consistent with the general plan. And I just wanted to highlight a few of the general plan sections that we help implement, not just the historic resource element, and that is housing element, H19 rehabilitation programs. The amendments to the historic resources ordinance help preserve existing housing in parts of the city, and property improvements. The amendments also encourage residential property owners to improve their properties with our Mills Act program, as well as our maintenance requirements for historic resources. Next slide. And the economy and fiscal health element, in the EF12, the reuse of commercial spaces, the amendments with the Mills Act program provides incentives for adaptive reuse of vacant commercial buildings. And we did just have a really large commercial building qualify and just accepted on the Mills Act program this year. Next slide. And I just wanted to outline that once this is adopted, what the Planning Commission's purview will be on historic districts, we'll be bringing you the proposed zoning maps depicting the boundaries of the districts, as well as the legal descriptions of the overlay zones, an inventory of all the historic resources in the district to confirm 80% contribute to the historic significance of the district, and a copy of the HLC's recommendation or council appeal. Next slide. And here is the final recommendation, that you make the finding that the amendments are consistent with the city charter, general plan, local coastal program, and state and federal laws as outlined in that original staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you so much. Again, my apologies for overlooking this. Commissioner Higgins, please.
Could you back up one slide, Mr. Bolton or whoever's driving? So just, I'm probably missing something here, but walk me through this. You're going to come back later with the maps and the exhibits?
Well, this is what, if this is adopted, we would come to you with a district. Say a district came forward, the HLC looked at it for criteria, we'd come to you with the map because you have to change the official zoning map.
Sure.
And
For
so
future...
that's where your role is really going to be when we adopt districts. Yeah. That's when you'll be seeing us in the line and the chain.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Lodge, please.
I was confused by your comments about removal of the buffer areas from the application process. Could you expand on that, Ms. Hernandez? Wouldn't applicants need to know what, before they proceed, what is around them?
It's just not in the application process for a project, but for the district. So before it was, if the neighborhood was applying for a district, it asked them to identify the buffer zone, and instead we're going to do it post after the designation. Staff will do it per the boundaries in the definition section.
Okay, so it just applies to district.
So they don't have to, so they don't have to figure it out.
Okay.
It's more, it's done by the code.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Okay, any other questions for Ms. Hernandez or Mr. Doimus before we go to deliberations on this item? Okay, very good. Ms. Hernandez, you can go ahead and close your webcam. I'm going to ask the commissioners to please all of us come back on. And whoever would like to start with deliberations. In no particular order, and if we need to come back around a couple times. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't see any other hands up, so I thought, well, what the heck, I'll go ahead. So I appreciate the changes and additions that have been incorporated since our December 3rd meeting. And I realize that we've had a tremendous amount of public comment about the Historic Resources Ordinance belongs in its own chapter, but we had at our December 3rd meeting a rather lengthy discussion about the guidelines that will accompany this. And I think Ms. Hernandez spelled out very well, at least she spelled it out on a slide to us on December 3rd, but why they're in Title 30. And it's number one, landmark district, historic district overlay zone, that's 30.57. And historic resources, 30.157, citywide regulations. And then historic landmark commission, which is 30.220.020, and historic district zone amendments, which is 30.237, administration and permits. And then, of course, there's the definition section. So I really feel that the guidelines or the guide that will accompany this, and I believe Ms. Hernandez said that they're working on that and that it will be done in short order, is appropriate as the accompanying piece to the amendments or to the inclusion of the ordinance in Title 30. And I also appreciate the fact that the ordinance, the update and the incorporation of definition and language is consistent with the state and national historic preservation standards. And that's for clarity and defensibility. So I appreciated Commissioner Escobedo's comment about the guidelines for solar, that in the guide, the accompanying piece, that we do have a section on solar. I think that's very important to include, but I totally can support this. Ms. Hernandez identified the 4 goals up front at our December 3rd hearing: protection and enhancement of historic resources, increased awareness and appreciation. And I think the guide that accompanies the ordinance, when it's incorporated into Title 30, it will greatly help that and will greatly enhance the appreciation and awareness of our historic resources. Government cooperation was another one, and neighborhood historic preservation. And I believe that these goals have been met through this amendment. So I am in support of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Who would like to go next, please? Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am in full support of the amendments. I'm disappointed that these do not have, that the ordinances relating to historic resources don't have their own section in the zoning ordinance. After all, there is a separate historic resources element. It is a very important part of our community. However, that doesn't seem to be something that's going to happen. I hope the guidelines, and there was some discussion of the possibility of an index. I don't know if that has been further discussed by staff, but overall, having been on the same committee that Ms. Days was years ago when we began work on this, it has been a long time coming, and I'm anxious to see it go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next, please? Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Schwartz. First, I just want to make some general comments. this is pretty important stuff. So, I mean, I just want to reiterate that our city has a number of high priorities and goals outlined by our general plan. Preservation and enhancement of our city's historical resources is certainly one of those top priorities. As we got into in the previous meeting on the subject, so is housing. And I and others have asked questions about that relationship between those two very important goals. And I don't intend for these questions to suggest in any way that I have a bias one way or the other. I don't. I believe, as one community member eloquently put it, that preservation and progress are good, I would say even great partners. And I think when we respect and prioritize our priceless historical resources, there are kind of a multitude of benefits that follow. I've experienced this firsthand through my own work. I believe our city's housing and economic priorities, just to name a few, significantly benefit from the protection, from the enhancement of our historical resources. I'd say our city's history and all the associated tangible representations of that storied history is, in my opinion, the heart and the soul of what makes this community so special, so valuable, so irreplaceable. So I intend to support the document and the revisions. And as far as putting this in a separate document, I'm just looking back at, I believe it's the November 11th HLC minutes, their last review of this. And I recognize the value of including, like Commissioner Wiscombe and Lodge have noted, including the historic resource ordinance amendments in Title 30 with accompanying guidelines. HLC recommended this table of contents. This is good. The use of peripheral materials such as guidelines for clarification. And then they went as far in that meeting as to suggest and actually assign volunteers to a committee to edit the HLC and historic resource guidelines to be consistent with the new ordinance. I think those they appointed are fantastically qualified to do that. And I think that's a great compromise. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Who hasn't already commented on? Commissioner Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll echo the comments of my fellow commissioners. This has obviously been a huge work effort, and I think most people will say that the content is great and that there was tremendous progress made. And when it comes to the question of how to organize it, I was convinced in our first hearing that including it into Title 30 is going to not only be stronger in protecting our historic resources, but it's going to make it easier to actually apply it. And so I am definitely in favor of keeping it in Title 30, accompanying that with guidelines, and whether that's a table of contents, definitely a web page where you can find all of the parts of Title 30 that relate to historic resources. There were some comments that were made that we received in public letters. Commissioner Reed mentioned one talking about preservation and progress are good partners, and I would agree with him, great partners. And we heard some more today that this is not meant to prevent development, but it's intended to guide development, and I wholeheartedly agree with that statement. But I don't think that, and we saw this last week, without guidelines to guide that development to make sure that it is appropriate given the historic context. Many of the guidelines we have are out of date. And so I would like to make a condition of approval that concurrently the guidelines are updated to take into consideration things like what we discussed last week, the superstructure that's going to be hopefully placed on top of the Ortega garage. Because we're going to see more projects like that. And I know we keep hearing that this is a special case, but it's not going to be a special case for long. There are going to be more and more of these projects that we're going to see. And if we can't have the ambiguous design guidelines to apply to something like that. The design guidelines that we have for solar right now those are for residential projects. Those are for small projects, not for large solar arrays. So I would like to propose to my fellow commissioners that we make it a condition of approval that design guidelines are updated concurrently with this work effort. It sounds like they had already planned to do that, but I would like to make sure that that is part of the process. And I think it's only going to make these amendments that much stronger. So I will be supporting if there's the condition of approval. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Before we go to Commissioner Higgins, I'd like to ask staff and Commissioner Bonderson, I'd like to ask staff as a follow-on to Commissioner Escobedo, and if the commission in a majority so agrees, where we might insert this language that we heard from Commissioner Escobedo. I don't know if Ms. DeBusk or Ms. Hernandez may have some thoughts for us, just so we can get that up in front of us as we continue on.
Chair Schwartz and commissioners, any additional comments or recommendations should be included as recommendations to City Council, and they can be follow on to your broader recommendation on the ordinance itself.
Are you suggesting it be a standalone or a supplemental recommendation? Is that what I'm understanding, Mr. Busk?
I think that would be an appropriate way to do it. However, if the commission finds that they are only supportive of the ordinance with that recommendation, then you would want to word your motion as such.
Okay. Commissioner Escobedo, before we move on, did you have any other specific language you would like to suggest we use as this, I'll call it a supplemental recommendation to include, just so staff can work on that language while we continue on with our deliberations?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The recommendation would be to concurrently update our design guidelines as they relate to historic resources, and that would include design guidelines for solar projects, both residential and larger solar array projects that would include the support structures themselves.
Okay, we'll ask staff, including Mr. Doimus, our assistant city attorney on the project, to please work on that language, to wordsmith it for us, and we'll come back to that so we can get a read back from them. Very good. Commissioner Higgins, I think you had your hand up next.
Well, right. Thank you. I was going to ask Commissioner Escobedo to expand, but he already has. So I didn't want to get in the way of Commissioner Bonderson. She'd like to go for it first. Okay, so this is a long time coming, and staff should be congratulated. Well, congratulations to staff to really bear down and put this out there. We now have the framework with which to accept additional districts, which is what has been the direction for too many meetings. And so I'm not going to get in the way of it. I'll support it. I do want to say, though, in terms of having a bias, for the record, I do have a bias. As a practitioner of these things during my day job, I'm just going to give you some framework here. And I want to emphasize what I've heard. And we worked on one of the little nuances, and I appreciate staff coming back with some practical exclusions to the administrative procedure or review. I think that's very helpful. But again, as a practitioner of somebody that does participate in development projects and having worked for a housing developer in a past life, I feel like this is stacking on top of an already very challenging Venn diagram system we have in our city to make changes to our urban core. And it will, I'm just telling you, what I've heard is everybody is saying this is not going to prevent housing, it's just going to make it better. And I'm telling you, I don't believe it. Every land use tool we have in our arsenal gets used by both sides. And it will become, there will be a time where this is going to become used against our housing objectives. And we'll have to just work it out. And it's going to be tedious. And I guess the ultimate weapon is when somebody files a lawsuit against a project that gets approved and we end up in sequel court. So I'm worried about that, but it's a little tiny worry on the bigger picture of what we've been clamoring for. We've been clamoring for this more so than we've been clamoring for housing, or at least we've been clamoring for this longer than we have new housing. So those are my comments. I hope I'm not, this is not like a wet blanket thing. This is something that should be celebrated. It's hard work. It's very tedious, and it's going to make our community better, but it's going to come with some challenges in the future. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll get out of the way. I think I support what Commissioner Escobedo is getting at. I think that's sort of an illustration of what I'm trying to say. We've stacked up the deck on historic resources to the point that we can't get other projects done, which was what we went through last week. So I'll support, I think, where we're heading with Commissioner Escobedo's supplemental motion or side condition, however we want to phrase it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Bonderson, would you like to provide comments, please?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, I would like to just add a few comments. It's very hard to be the last speaker amongst this group because our commission is very thorough, and I appreciate the comments that have been made so far. Literally down the line, I can't miss a single person. The only thing I would specifically like to add is that following up with Commissioner Higgins' comment about being a practitioner in the field, I am actually quite excited about this effort simply because it's hopefully, not to contradict Commissioner Higgins, but the way I see it is I'm hoping that it's actually going to clarify a lot of those specifics and really help us understand more of the administrative procedures that have been either confusing or conflicting or not clear until now. And so I'm very, very anxious and excited to see this put into action. What I'd like to follow up and add, though, is that awareness and education is going to be a giant part of this effort. And it doesn't only go for future applicants. I think it's very important that all of us as a community have an active outreach effort for us conducted by the city or whoever it is that's going to be able to reach out to us as decision makers, as neighbors that will be directly affected by the buffers and wanting to apply the buffers in any way when a project is being pushed forward, and just generally as an overall public. When we understand codes and when we understand how they are appropriately and correctly applied, there's going to be less conflict. And I think that our ultimate goal in setting these rules and updating these these historical efforts right now are simply to, you know, do that preservation, protect historical resources, and really give a format for us to follow so that we aren't confused and we're not in conflict. So I would just end by saying thank you to Nicole Hernandez, thank you to staff and the team that's worked together with her to get us this far. I really appreciate the fact that we did end up coming back a second time, continuing this, so that Ms. Hernandez could actually respond to a lot of those comments, and to see that depth and that consideration being given to the comments that were brought up, I feel really shows the professionalism and the efforts that we are trying to put forth as a commission. And I really want to say thank you. I really, truly appreciate it. And now the next step is general awareness. We need to teach our community, and we need to be taught ourselves how to apply these and how to review these, and looking forward to whatever that next effort is going to entail. So I'll just wrap it up with that, and I'll say I am in support of this effort, and I'm looking forward to how we're going to word Commissioner Escobedo's thoughts about the solar panels and where that's going to go next. So back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. So as has been mentioned, updates to our historic resources ordinance is long overdue. And I think it's very exciting, and we don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good, as they say. So I would say that this kind of updated, expanded policy tool in its various forms that we have, I think is going to greatly assist us and applicants to bring forward projects that hopefully, I say hopefully, and I'll comment on that, getting back to Commissioner Higgins' comment of concern, hopefully will help us do both, respect our historic resources and find a way forward for sensitive development, appropriate development. As I mentioned at our hearing last week, and it's applicable this week, I feel that many of our policy tools, that is the language, are outdated. They are teetering on the verge of inapplicability. And that puts us all in a position of great strain and difficulty in doing both what we said we need to do, which is to respect our historic resources, preserve them, and at the same time allow our city to evolve, to modernize, to continue a way forward. And I appreciate Mr. Grumbine being with us today to express his views, because they're very much in alignment with mine. In terms of a question that's come forward and a request really from the public to hold historic resources or place it outside of our zoning ordinance, here's my thought about that. I want to express this, and Commissioner Wiscombe will think back with me to our years of being involved with our local coastal plan update process. And this is not so much about the direction we received from the California Coastal Commission in incorporating into one comprehensive planning body, planning document, all these ancillary, relevant, related, but somewhat separate codes, makes it very difficult for any decision-making body to bring it all together, weave all of these important policies together when we actually have a project before us, because we have to go out and reference, consider, evaluate these ancillary policies that are not codified in a more comprehensive, integrative planning document. And I was thinking back, Commissioner Wiscombe, to all of our meetings and discussions about this on the local coastal plan, because I think though that direction came from the Coastal Commission, I've been thinking of the wisdom really around that for us. And to me, what we have before us today, and I am in support of staff's recommendations, including incorporating the Historic Resources Ordinance and these amendments inside our larger zoning document so that we can comprehensively, in an integrated fashion, look at all facets of what should be considered when a project comes forward. And I think we can do that more holistically when all of it is codified in one document, so to speak. And I think we now have that in this. Could we continue to refine it? Sure, but I'm not willing to spend any more time waiting for this again to be the perfect when I think we have a really solid, good set of amendments. And I know this is going to go forward to the council anyway. So with that, I'm interested to come back to Commissioner Escobedo's request for whether we're calling it a supplemental recommendation or just a standalone, but to be attached to our decision today. Could we ask a staff member who might have been working on the language to please come online and share with us how you've drafted the language for us to see if it's satisfactory before we go to a motion? I don't see any other hands up for any follow-on comments, so I think we may be. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also would like to just make sure that Ms. Peterson's language is incorporated for El Presidio that I mentioned when I was making my comments. And that's Historic Resources Element 2.8. And I know Ms. Hernandez said that could be incorporated, but I would like that as part of the record, if my fellow commissioners agree. Thank you.
Yes, I was recalling that, and Ms. Hernandez did say that would be just fine. That's feasible. So we'll have that also, kind of two pieces that are supplemental, or well, we'll figure out how to incorporate that. Could someone from staff please come online and let us know how you would recommend we proceed with both what Commissioner Wiscombe just said, along with Commissioner Escobedo's request?
Yes,
Mr. Doime, yes, Mr. Doimus, thank you.
In terms of Commissioner Wiscombe's request, we'll just insert that in the ordinance. We'll make that change, so it'll go to it'll be added to the ordinance. So that'll be incorporated into the overall ordinance. In terms of, I don't know if Nicole wants to take the lead. I'd be happy to take the lead in terms of Commissioner Escobedo's request. But just to refine it, I don't know if it could be at least repeated so we can, succinctly decide how we want to go about it, unless Nicole has an idea. But if you could, Commissioner Escobedo, repeat again so I can at least get an idea.
I wrote it down.
Okay. I'll let you take the lead on that.
I mean, I wrote the supplemental recommendation is to concurrently update the design guidelines as related to historic resources to include residential and large infrastructure for solar equipment.
So with that, I think the best procedure, Commission, is to, why wouldn't be incorporated in the ordinance, to have it on the record and to include that in as part of the guidelines going forward. That we present, if anyone has any objections to that.
So we would include that as a clear additional recommendation as a part of the package that's going to go to council, correct?
Correct, and that will be in there
We
specifically.
wouldn't want that, we don't want that overlooked when it goes to council. They understand we've added that. Okay.
Especially since it's been specifically pointed out and added, yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe?
I would just request that Ms. Hernandez read that again, because I thought it was that the guidelines would be updated concurrently with the ordinance and include the solar. Isn't that what Commissioner Escobedo, was that what you were saying? I think the guidelines are really essential here.
Yes, Vice Chair Wiscombe. Yeah, that's what I was getting at, is we should update all of the design guidelines related to historic resources. And I would like specifically to include guidelines that for residential solar, but also larger structures like the one that we saw for Granada Garage.
That's great, because that's exactly what I heard, and I'm totally in agreement with it. Thank you.
Commissioner
added
Reed?
currently.
One moment, Ms. Hernandez. Commissioner Reed, did you want to step in on this too?
Yeah, so just to clarify from the minutes, maybe Ms. Hernandez, you can speak to this. I was under the impression that that was updating those historic resource design guidelines was already underway by HLC.
We're starting.
Yeah, so.
We are starting.
So what's the purpose of our, whatever we're calling it, supplemental recommendation, if that's already a thing?
Well, as far as I know, it's just reiterating it and also adding the section on addressing the large, infrastructure of solar panels in those guidelines. We have a draft of a lot of materials, and we don't have that in the draft, so that's a good addition.
Okay.
We have other things like how to restore windows and how to address a lot of other issues, but that one is not there. So I think it's good to note that that can be added, and we'll bring it to the committee.
Okay, so it's it's the solar support structure that we're adding.
And beyond residential, we're also mentioning commercial. Wouldn't that also be kind of an expanded?
Yeah, I put larger infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to Commissioner Wiscombe.
Sorry, Madam Chair, thank you.
We're doing a little bit of interactive here. I like Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason why I think it's important that we add this to Commissioner Reed's question is that we had so much public comment that this should be, the Historic Resources Ordinance should be a standalone document. So I think these guidelines are really imperative, and I think that adding this to our motion just gives more import to the fact that the guidelines are important and need to be addressed sooner than later.
Commissioner Lodge, and then I don't know if I also saw Commissioner Higgins' hand up or not, but Commissioner Lodge, you're next. Hold on, we can't hear you, Commissioner Lodge. Need to unmute.
Always helps to turn the mic on. People weren't suggesting a separate standalone document. They were suggesting a separate, its own, the Historic Resources Ordinances be all of the elements of it be in a chapter of the zoning ordinance. They weren't working toward something separate.
Yeah, disagree. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Were there any other, okay, back to the language that Mr. Doimus and Ms. Hernandez read back, and this is again connected to the request from Commissioner Escobedo. Do we need to read that in total now again, the language, so that we're all crystal clear before we go to a motion? Mr. Doimus?
Chair Short, just to be further crystal clear on the record, these guidelines are referring back to historic ordinance, right? Not guidelines in general, correct? It's the guidelines for the historic ordinance, because I don't want to, because that's where we have agenda, so that's my concern. So,
that's right.
Okay, good.
Yes, yes, Commissioner Escobedo?
I'm a little unclear about what Mr. Doimus is asking. My apologies.
No, it's okay. We were planning on including with the ordinance to be helpful to the public, several things that would come with it on our page, including, guidelines of where to find everything to be helpful, all different packages. And so with that would include, clarifications on a lot of things that, would help the public at least being able to decide, what's entailed, what's required, everything else. And so your suggestion, your edit would be into those documents, correct?
Correct. Yes.
That's related to the historical ordinance. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So do we need Ms. Hernandez to read back the final language? Let me just look down the line here. Does anybody want a new read, a final read from Ms. Hernandez before we go to asking for a motion? Yes, we would. Okay, Ms. Hernandez, would you please slowly read back the language that we're going to include in a motion?
Yes. So the supplemental recommendation is to concurrently update all design guidelines as related to historic resources. Also to include in the historic resource design guidelines, residential and larger infrastructure for solar equipment.
Is that language satisfactory before we go to a motion? Any confusion?
Maybe, I mean, if you're gonna say residential, maybe just speak to commercial as well.
Okay.
Yes, I think that's important. It's part of the issue
Wonderful.
that Commissioner Escobedo brought out. Mhm. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. So we've got that language, and we also had the other, I don't know if we want to say correction or revision that Commissioner Wiscombe already brought up earlier. So with that, who would like to make a motion to move this forward to the City Council? Let's just try it. Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Commissioner Escobedo, I thought you would do it.
Oh, did I miss your hand up, Commissioner Escobedo?
No,
Okay, no pressure.
Would you
I
like
made
to?
a mess of it last time.
No,
Okay.
not at all. Not at all, Commissioner Escobedo.
Okay, I move that the Planning Commission approve the proposed amendments with recommendations to council with the following findings: that the amendments are consistent with the city charter, general plan, local coastal program, and state and federal laws, and that the supplemental amendment be included as Ms. Hernandez has stated it.
Okay, let me ask, you said amendment. Do we need to say recommendation? Since we're not amending.
Sorry, yes, yeah, yes, sorry.
Supplemental recommendation. Okay,
Yes.
that's the motion. Would someone with
Second.
great enthusiasm like to, right out of the gate? Commissioner Escobedo, there we go. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have a first and a second. Any further discussion on the item, the motion? Okay, I don't see any hands. Ms. Rydell, would you please take a voice vote on the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin with the voice roll call motion. We'll start with Commissioner Lodge,
With great enthusiasm, yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes,
That is unanimous. Thank you.
thank you very much. And Ms. DeBusk, again, just help us in understanding if we need to announce an appeal period for this.
Chair Schwartz, because this is a recommendation to City Council, there is no associated appeal period.
Thank you very much for that. This concludes this item. My appreciation to one and all, and I really want to call out the work and the collaboration from and with Ms. Hernandez and Mr. Doimus. Don't want to embarrass them here. I'm not going to ask them to come online again. But not only has this work, in my opinion, been exemplary, but then they were very gracious in having a meeting with me and Ms. DeBusk in between our hearings. And they were so receptive and diligent in further evaluating and doing more research and then bringing back these additional amendments. Again, just to me, exemplary, and I'm so grateful and really respect them being part of what I'm going to call the team the Historic Resources Ordinance Amendment Team. So with that, we've concluded this item. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we go to our last item. So it's 4:35. Let's come back at 4:40. We are in recess. Thank you. the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for December 17th, 2020. And we're going to go to our final major item today. If I could have City TV bring that up on the screen, please.
Chair Schwartz, we just need to wait a moment so that Mr. Bolton can load the screen. We are going to be having some Spanish translation for public comment for this item, so we wanted to make sure the slides were also available in Spanish.
Okay, would you like to go offline again and come back, or just sort of suspend our continuation for a moment? What is best for you and Mr. Bolton?
I think if we could have another 3 minutes, that would be great.
Sure, let's say 4:45.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we'll go into recess until 4:45. Thanks, everyone. Wagner to see if you're ready to make the staff presentation. Welcome, Mr. Wagner.
And Madam Chair, thank you for the introduction. Anthony Wagner, manager for the Santa Barbara Police Department. With me today is John Doimus with the City Attorney's Office. We'll be handling your questions in tandem. Think of this, and I will be judicious with your time. I know that this is the last item. Think of this as an exercise, an education item to better understand your inherent land use police powers that you can exercise to gain more local control for the municipality should you wish to do that. Next slide. Today we're going to look at the prior action taken by the council, Santa Barbara's current landscape, understanding the distinction between state and local control, understanding the land use options open to you, and then taking your questions. Next slide. And next slide. So this goes all the way back to January 24th, 2017. This was when council started to tackle this issue. There was a discussion of enhanced oversight for on sale and off sale, and then the motion was unanimous to direct a further exploration for off sale establishments to go, of course, to your body and the ordinance committee. Next slide. And next slide. So it's of interest to note that this data comes from the Alcohol Beverage Control. They do their best to differentiate within the Santa Barbara jurisdiction between the city of Santa Barbara and the county. However, some of these numbers here represent a sprinkling outside of the jurisdiction, but within the region of Santa Barbara. So we have 392 on sale. Think of that as like a restaurant, a nightclub, a bar. We have 141 off sale, and we'll get into the distinction of off sale and how many are in the actual city itself. But this is ABC's numbers. Those are grocery stores, markets, liquor stores. The distinction between off sale is that some off sale establishments only sell beer and wine, and some off sale establishments have the luxury to sell beer and wine and spirits. And then something quite eclectic for our jurisdiction is the 90 non-retail alcohol establishments. Those are the distilleries, the microbreweries, and the wine tasting rooms. So a true proliferation, 623 alcohol establishments. And I took those numbers from October 2020. Next slide. So let's go ahead and look at exactly what's within our jurisdiction. These are police calls for service from 2015 to present. You really can see that about 5% of our calls for service are for off sale. Those are the 114 or so off sale locations, and then 6.6% or so from on sale. Very little calls for service pertaining to the non-retail. But there's a big distinction in the almost 5% calls for service for off sale, considering that they are still less than half of the amount of on sale establishments in the city. Next slide. So if you do a crunching of the numbers, basically you have an average of 4,000 calls a year, and that is about $857,000 a year for off-sale calls for service. If you add all those years up together, about $4.2 million just for the police to respond to off-sale liquor establishments. To give you a perspective in your mind's eye, a police call for service on average is about 45 minutes and involves 2 police officers. Then you add the cost multiplier to all the other agencies that are touch points for nuisance-related activity stemming from off sales. Next slide. So this is a quick snapshot of National City, California, to where you can see calls for service are in close proximity to alcohol sale establishments. Many California municipalities across California are able to show a statistically significance between alcohol-related arrests and the disproportionate high amount of off-sale alcohol establishments. Next slide. So this gives you a perspective of our city. There's 114 different dots of alcohol establishments that sell for off-sale beer and wine, and then beer, wine, and spirits. The yellow ones, I think there's 15 total of those yellow dots. All of those are within 300 feet of a park. Park and Rec is constantly working with the Santa Barbara Police Department to dissuade nuisance-related activity stemming from alcohol sales within those parks. And that comes in nuisances like loitering or trash or other illicit behavior stemming from alcohol sales. Next slide. These are pictures that I've taken myself. The first picture is on the Milpas corridor that has an open container and public drinking in general. The second is on the Milpas corridor on the northern portion of the Milpas corridor of a individual drinking. And those are not outliers. This is unfortunately regular behavior in our public corridors. And this nuisance-related activity includes urinating in public, public theft, being drunk in public, a real statistical significance between between an alcohol establishment and the domestic violence in and around that area, as well as assault and sales to minors. Next slide. These little mini bottles are the culprit. Many of our off-sale sales establishments have existed prior to rules being enacted to prohibit this. So these very low cost, low price point bottles are the bane of the nuisance-related activity in and around these establishments. The next one would be cold single-serve beer. Some of these in the middle shelf are probably a $7 or $8 price point. So the higher the price point, the lower the nuisance-related activity. The least expensive, the higher the nuisance-related activity. You look at some of the bottom shelf beer there, they're going for probably $2 to $3. Sometimes you can buy two for $5 and have more than 40 ounces of beer for less than $5. Next slide. The other thing that I would point out is there has been a real change in Santa Barbara where a alcohol licensed establishment starts to sell more and more alcohol, to where they're getting rid of their shelf space where they were selling breads, fruits, other sustenance for a neighborhood market that would sustain the community, and replacing that with higher valued alcohol. On the right side, you see the 100 milliliter, 200 milliliter, 300 milliliter. We have started with new alcohol establishments to not only get rid of the mini bottles, but to get rid of the 100 and 200 and 300 milliliter bottles that are the lower the price point. Always keep in mind, nuisance-related activity is directly related to price point of alcohol. Next slide. So it's my belief that many of these businesses are operating outside of their conditions, outside of the conditions set forth by the Land Use Development Code in Santa Barbara, and then outside the Business and Professions Code as set forth by the Alcohol Beverage Control Act. And they're not delinquent purposefully. but there has not been a compliance mechanism to maintain a perpetuity compliance in these corridors that have a high number of alcohol outlets. So you see trash, you see landscaping that's subpar, they're not cleaning up graffiti. Next slide. Another Milpas corridor, and then Anacapa Street. It already is in the law, the Business and Professions Code and the Alcohol Beverage Control Act, that a licensed owner is responsible for the area in and around, the key word is around, their premise. And that premise is far larger than the owners have an expectation for. And working in partnership with some of these owners would clean up some of the challenges in close proximity to their store. Next slide. Once again, you have, so for example, payphones that don't work. The Alcohol Beverage Control Act, the Business and Professions Code, calls for no more than 33% of window space to be used, to where if you look at the window space in both of these pictures, they are delinquent in that. The Business and Professions Code requires that you get rid of graffiti within 24 to 48 hours. You know, most of this graffiti stays up. And of course, some of these establishments are magnets for nuisance-related activity. For example, the loitering that you see sometimes in the east side and the west side. Next slide. So the Alcohol Beverage Control Act does have a number for the appropriate number of off-sale alcohol establishments for a given census tract. And that is one license for every 2,500 residents for the beer, wine, and spirits, or one license for every 1,250 residents when they're combined with other licenses. So keep that in your mind's eye, to where we have roughly 100,000 people, and you're only supposed to have one license per 2,500 people. So go to the next slide. And if you look at that in relation to how many we have and how many we're supposed to have, so we have 67 beer, wine, and distilled spirit stores, where the ABC Act itself says that we should only have 37. So there is an oversaturation. And then at the beer, wine only stores, we have 76 of those, and the Act suggests less than that. That data is from 9 of 2018. Next slide. So there is a whole lot of California research on this. This is peer-reviewed, evidence-based research, scientific-based research that shows the number, the density, the location, the operational practices really do affect the level of violence, drinking, injuries, underage drinking, nuisance-related activity that we've already talked about. And all of that pertains to a demand on city dollars. Next slide. So here's what we're doing right now. The city currently does regulate alcohol outlets in 3 ways. The police department, that's me, we review, and our technician, we review applications for new liquor licenses related to crime and census data. So we can basically say that there's always probably an oversaturation, and then we look at crime data. So we enforce the provisions of the Business and Professions Code, also known as the Alcohol Beverage Control Act, along with the state. But the state has, 3 ABC officers for 7,500 licenses in the Tri-County. So there's not a whole lot of help because they're overburdened themselves. Next slide. Community development does review applications for zoning consistency. We don't have a conditional use permit process for these applicants, but the pre-existing establishments are grandfathered, or as we call them, legal non-conforming establishments, and then they would be exempt from new permitting standards because they existed prior to the standards, or they're grandfathered. Next slide. So let's get into between state and local control. So of course the state has within the California Constitution the exclusive right to regulate the sales of alcohol. They do that through the Department of Beverage Control. There is preemption between what the municipality is allowed to do and what the municipality is not allowed to do. There is an impressive amount of police powers, land use police powers, that the city could exercise by its zoning restrictions. Business and Professions Code 23790 basically says if the municipality can demonstrate that this particular business activity is stemming from nuisance-related activity, then you can control it through land use. And then you potentially could do it through the conditional use permit process that this municipality is not using right now. Next slide. So the state, in fact, is in the lead. They issue the licenses and they dictate the conditions. I'm constantly in a negotiation with the ABC on conditions that they will allow when the police department makes a determination. And that really is a respectful push and pull about exercising our rights as a municipality within the Business and Professions Code. And it doesn't, the municipality often does not win. And that's the challenge that we find ourselves in now. Because of those saturation levels, of course, the ABC does consult with us. However, they are the final arbiter because we don't have anything in our land use development code that expressly states our desire to exercise our police power. Next slide. So the locality is left. I'm left with three options. Either I become a protestant of record, which we do every time. I become a protestant of record preventing any new license. We don't often do that. What we do is we become a protestant of record, and then we work with the ABC with regard to conditions placed on the license that would be in the best interest of the municipality. And even that is often not enough to protect public safety. That's why we find ourselves having this conversation now. Next slide. So there is what we call public convenience or necessity, and that is a state doctrine in which the municipality can participate in. Is there public convenience or necessity to put an alcohol establishment here? Would you accept that? And under what conditions would you accept that? And that's the formal conversation between the municipality and the state is that public convenience or necessity doctrine. And that specifically applies to type 20 and to type 21. The decoding of type 20 and type 21, type 20 is beer and wine off sale, and then 21 is beer, wine, spirit off sale. Next slide. So it was thought that it'd be a good idea to sort of show you a diagram of what this local control or shared authority looks like. So of course you have the state authority, the local authority. That local authority can be broken down from the least amount of prevention oversight to the most amount of prevention oversight. So right now we do permit them quite regularly. There is not a conditional use permit process, and there is no mechanism to bring existing non-conforming actors into compliance because they are enjoying their grandfathered status. So we'll get into the deemed approved capability in the future. Next slide. So let's understand our land use options. So bringing those existing non-conforming 114 outlets into a perpetuity compliance. More than 25 cities and counties have adopted this deemed approved ordinance to help make that happen. And the goal is to eliminate those threats to public health and safety by eliminating those nuisance related activities. These are the counties and municipalities that are currently using a deemed approved ordinance. Next slide. So let's talk about the challenge. Those existing actors are grandfathered. Such outlets are, of course, established prior to the current zoning code or provisions within the Business and Professions Code. Some of these alcohol outlets are so old that they don't have any, and I will pause for a moment, Chair Schwartz. Was there a question, Chair Schwartz?
Oh, we're not going to take questions at this time. I want you to continue if you could. Do you have just a few more slides?
Yes, ma'am, I'm almost done.
Okay, that's very good. And then I think what we'll do is then go to public comment because I think we do have members of the public wanting to speak to us before we come back to the commission for questions.
Let's go to the next slide. So what a deemed approved ordinance does is it blankets the entire class of business to have to abide by a performance standard. If they violate that performance standard, then the municipality has the capability of renegotiating those conditions to give some sort of relief to the community. So it increases local control, you reduce crime, improves the quality of life, and then of course promotes a level playing field. And then we bring all those existing non-conforming actors into compliance. Next slide. So we talked about what are the performance standards. The performance standards that would be embedded for all these current actors would be that they're not allowed to disproportionately cause a disturbance, take part in drug activity, street drinking, drunkenness, loitering, all those things you have there are embedded within conditions that they now have to abide by. If they violate that, then there would be a due process to bring those actors back into conformance. Next slide. So a nuisance list would be embedded within that deemed approved ordinance. Existing retailers needed to abide by these in order to maintain their permit. A violation of those performance standards would allow the city to conduct proceedings to revoke or modify their status. And you also would add a conditional use permit process into either transferred licenses or new licenses. Next slide. This is what it looks like charted out. A complaint would be received either by the police department, community development, the community. That would be verified by a compliance officer. The compliance officer would meet with the business to abate the problem in partnership. 99% of the time, that absolutely does the trick. And then there's a due process appeal to the Planning Commission should that not resolve the problem. Next slide. So there are huge benefits not only to the business because you level the playing field, but to the municipality that you have a huge cost savings, a huge reduction to nuisance-related activity, and an increase in public health and safety in and around these establishments. And of course, like I had said, less of a demand on city services. Partnership with law enforcement is everything. You decrease the risk, and you get a whole bunch of actors that are taking part in this perpetuity compliance. Next slide. So everybody always worries, is this going to shut down my business? And about 7,000 licenses were subject to this deemed approved ordinance of 25 different municipalities, and only one or two I think, had their land use rights taken away because they were habitual violators that were not able to work in partnership with the community. But the fact of the matter is that it levels the playing field, and the goal is not to put a business out of business, but to work with that business to gain compliance in partnership with the community, the city, and the business. Next slide. Of course, that's what we're hoping to achieve And then there is an element that's not before this land use body, but there would be a fee-based mechanism that would be discussed with the legislative body. Next slide. Perfect. Back to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. You can go ahead and go offline now. We are going to go to Ms. DeBusk to see if we have any members of the public wishing to speak to us. And if we do, I'm going to ask the commissioners to please all turn on your webcams.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Yes, we do have public comment for this item. And I will provide instructions in English, and then after that, Daniela Rosales will provide instructions in Spanish. So for the public, if you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. This indicates to me that you wish to speak. You only need to click the hand icon one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointed down, as shown on the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. And everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. And now if we can go to the slide with this information in Spanish, and Ms. Rosales will provide information.
Ms. Rosales, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I didn't have the permission yet to speak, but in Spanish, para indicar que le gustaría hacer un comentario público, haga clic en el icono levantar, bajar la mano dentro del panel de controles. El organizador le avisará a usted cuando sea su turno para hablar. Usted tendrá 2 minutos para hablar y ningún tiempo puede ser donado a otra persona. Si tiene un comentario en español, por favor diga algunas frases a la vez y yo estaré traduciendo comentarios después de cada pausa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales. Okay, so back to Ms. DeBusk for public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker will be Angel Lopez, followed by Anna Gott. And if you need translation, please let us know. Angel Lopez, you may now speak. You will have 2 minutes. Angel Lopez, if you could unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Well, hello, commissioners. My name is Angel Lopez, and I'm a youth organizer for Future Leaders of America. Today, I'm here to speak to encourage all you to support the deemed approved ordinance. Specifically during this pandemic, alcohol sales increased by 22% in retail stores and 291% through online sales. At this time, it is not enough regulation around alcohol sales in the city of Santa Barbara. And because of the lack of regulation, underage drinking and excessive drinking is becoming a public health crisis in Santa Barbara. Our communities need more support to deter underage drinking and excessive drinking. As a community member that works with high school youth, it is alarming to hear from students about their experiences living in the food deserts and areas where alcohol is heavily advertised. A concern that I have as a youth organizer is heavy marketing that is on the storefronts. In a study conducted by the California Department of Education, it was determined that Santa Barbara County was above the state average on alcohol-related ads shown on large floor displays with 46% compared to the state average of 31%. Additionally, when it comes to school products displayed near candies and toys, the county of Santa Barbara was 12% above the state average at 32%. In addition to excessive exposure to alcohol marketing, the most vulnerable and low-income communities have been faced with food deserts created by outdated regulations that have allowed off-sale liquor to make stores a majority of their available products to be liquor or tobacco. The lack of access to proper groceries, but access to liquor and unhealthy foods such as chips and candy have created disparities among our low-income communities. Our families need closer access to stores that provide the proper alimentation and nutrients need to be healthy, rather than lead our generations to the path of possible substance abuse. With the ordinance, youth exposure and access to alcohol would decrease. And I highly encourage you all to take a stand by ensuring that this theme is approved. Or ordinance is passed to improve the overall health of our communities. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Our next speaker is Anna Gott. Anna Gott, you may now speak for 2 minutes.
Good evening. I just want to start with, how about we look at how you organize Spanish speakers? So you have someone to translate for the TV, but not go to meeting. If someone wants to make a comment, they have to have an internet connection and use GoToMeeting, but that is not translated. So if you guys think that you're actually getting a really great translation out to our Spanish speaking audience, and if you want them to be able to comment, this meeting has failed and the city has failed. Regarding this particular ordinance, I'd like you to ask Mr. Wagner if we think that we really only have calls for service accurately reported by the police. And if we only actually dedicate 5% of the city's budget for policing, and that is actually allocated for alcohol, I think we're probably looking more in line of like a 20% and maybe even a 30% of the police's budget to actually go for alcohol-related crime. So I think you need to ask for a very big report, and that report is going to be everything associated with crime and alcohol, and have this brought back, because $800,000 is lowballing what the city actually spends on an annual basis. I'd also like you to consider that we really have a poorly run alcohol, alcohol review process in terms of what the city does. Land use is a substantial problem. The police themselves don't even do a very good job. They actually, on a recent alcohol license, told people that they would accept conditions where noise was going to be a problem, and it didn't even come close to following our noise ordinance that the city has, and the ABC has a condition that they could have conditioned a project to, but the police department just rolled over and said, we're going to let the business dictate what the rules are going to be. We have a problem.
Thank you, Ms. Gott. Thank you so much.
Please look at my email. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gott.
Our next speaker is Daniel Gonzalez. Daniel Gonzalez, you can unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, committee members. My name is Daniel Gonzalez. I'm the organizing director for Future Leaders of America. I'm here to encourage you to support the deemed approved ordinance. During the pandemic, alcohol sales have increased by 22% in retail stores and 291% through online sales. Currently, there is not enough regulation around alcohol sales in the city of Santa Barbara due to the lack of regulation. Underage drinking and excessive drinking is becoming a public health crisis. Communities need more support to deter underage drinking and excessive drinking. The biggest issue that I see within our community is the close proximity of off-sale liquor stores to low-income neighborhoods and near our schools. These establishments have taken advantage of old regulations that have allowed them to transform their stores from markets with a variety of produce and products to full-blown liquor stores. This has had a tremendous negative effect on our community and has even led to what is called food deserts. This often leads to low-income families who rely on public transportation having to travel longer distances to buy groceries, and usually at a higher markup. Our youth are also being predominantly targeted with advertisements and content from these liquor stores at every corner. How can we promote a health-conscious lifestyle for our youth while at the same time exposing youth to alcohol advertisements? The truth of the matter is, the more advertisement you see, the more they are likely to drink. I would also like to add that the pandemic has made it much easier for our youth to game the system and acquire alcohol through third-party sales. It's up to us to ensure that we have rules and regulations in place to address these concerns. A deemed approved ordinance will definitely help to address many of these health disparities associated with the sale of alcohol. It will also ensure that we have regulations in place that curb the sale of alcohol in our communities by modeling a community that values youth and their community over profit. This is why I urge you all to take a stand today by ensuring that this deemed approved ordinance is passed to improve the overall health of our communities and those of our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Before we go to the next public commenter, Mr. Busk, I think that we need to clarify both for the public and perhaps even for our commission, the scope of our item today, because we're to receive a presentation, but we're not taking action per se according to the agendized item. Could you please clarify for everyone today what we have before us?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, that is correct. This is intended to be an informational item to give you background information for an ordinance amendment that you will be seeing in January 2021. So it's in January that you would actually be asked to make a decision on the ordinance itself. And today is just for informational purposes.
And we'll be asking questions, perhaps even providing some direction to Mr. Wagner if there's additional information that we're requesting to come forward in conjunction with that January item. Could you mention the date specific that we have for that hearing? We can come back to that. I didn't want to catch you off guard. I don't have access to my online calendar right now. But I think we should let everybody know in case the public would like to come back for that. Okay, please continue on with public comment, Mr. Buss.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dawn Dunn. Dawn Dunn, you can unmute yourself and you will have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Chairperson and commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Dawn M. Dunn. I am the retired administrator for the Public Health Department's Tobacco Prevention Program. I did that work for 30 years. And one of the roles that I played in trying to curtail the sales of tobacco products to minors was to develop tobacco retail license ordinances as early as 2001. In 2010, the County of Santa Barbara put in a very strong regulatory policy. Several other jurisdictions have them. The City of Santa Barbara actually has one. It's little used right now. And there is a grant from the AG's office that you have. And I know that Nina Johnson is probably working with the city staff, with the police in terms of whether there'd be some combination. Because these off-sale stores sell both. I strongly encourage you to consider local control. That's what we did with tobacco control in the state of California, and it was extremely effective. The Tobacco Prevention Program has great staff and would be happy to work with you, and I think there's some parallels there. They also do the survey that was referenced about food, alcohol placement, etc. I wanted to also commend the police department. I thought that was an exceptional presentation that gave you a broad overview of the public health scope of this issue. I also want to speak to you about minis. We took tobacco off the counter and in the city of Santa Barbara in the mid-90s, 10 years before the state did it. Those mini bottles are sitting in baskets on counters. They are walked out the door and it's no problem for them to be replaced. You have the control to do these things. I encourage you to take local control. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eva Catalan. You can unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, commission members. Although we know that you will not be making a decision today, we still wanted to share our opinions. So my name is Eva Catalan, and I'm the Youth Wellness Coalition Manager with Future Leaders of America. And I am here to support the DEEM approved ordinance. Santa Barbara needs a better alcohol regulation, and the DEEM approved ordinance is a great start for this effort. During my visit to local off-sale liquor stores, I have noticed more alcohol products than non-alcoholic items. This is causing food deserts in many parts of Santa Barbara. According to the Healthy Stores, Healthy Communities data, many of Santa Barbara County retail stores are mishandling how they're displaying alcohol products. For example, alcohol ads are placed 3 feet from candy in stores and toys, which influences and markets to youth. Additionally, 22% of these stores have alcohol products displayed close to the store entrance. We need to work together to properly regulate alcohol displays. In order for this to happen, we need to support the DEEM approved ordinance so we can have a better community and prevent the normalization of drinking to youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Catalan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jesus Carachure. Jesus Carachure, you can unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Sí, bueno. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí, gracias.
Sí.
Hola, buenas tardes, miembros de la comunidad de Santa Bárbara. Mi nombre es Jesús Carachure. Como padre de familia, he notado que algunas licorerías tienen cartelones muy llamativos en las ventanas promocionando bebidas alcohólicas para llamar la atención de nuestros jóvenes. Día a día ellos están siendo provocados por propagandas publicitarias que los invitan a tomar alcohol. Anteriormente, las licorerías vendían comida enlatada, snacks, jabones de barra, hasta leña para hacer carne. Hoy en día el 90% de las licorerías solo vende alcohol. Me gustaría que las licorerías tuvieran cartelones que muestren cuáles son las consecuencias del uso y abuso de alcohol, como lo hicieron con las compañías de tabaco, que muestran sus cartelones cuáles son los riesgos al fumar, consumir los productos. Las tiendas minoritarias han aumentado sus ventas en un 22% y las tiendas en línea han aumentado un 291% las ventas. Necesitamos más control en la venta de alcohol y multas a las licorerías que violen los códigos de venta de alcohol para menores. Gracias.
Gracias, señor Carachure.
I can translate on his behalf. So Jesus said, yes, hello, community of Santa Barbara. I am a father of a family, and I have seen that some liquor stores have very inviting posters for our youth day to day, and they are provoked by propaganda, inviting them to drink alcohol. Before, the stores sold food and wood and other items. I would like the stores in Santa Barbara to have posters showing the consequences of abuse of alcohol, like tobacco companies were made to do. Stores have increased these sales by 22% and online stores by 219%. We need more control here on alcohol sales and fines for selling alcohol to minors. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Busk?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lay Tep. Lay Tep, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Planning Commission members. My name is Lay, and I'm a staff member at Future Leaders of America. Although I know you all will not be voting on this matter until early next year, I just wanted to voice my support of the DEEM approved ordinance in Santa Barbara. As someone who works directly with the youth in Santa Barbara, I am stunned by the stories they recount in regards to alcoholic consumption in Santa Barbara and amongst their peers. It's not uncommon to hear about how their neighborhoods have become food deserts because grandfathered liquor stores have slowly converted their stores from full-blown convenience stores to BevMos. The DEEM approved ordinance will provide a way for regulations to be implemented and enforced to ensure that liquor stores are all held to the same standards in how they market and advertise alcohol, the makeup of their stores in terms of food to alcohol, and ensuring that they are in compliance. This goes a long way towards eliminating food deserts, fostering an environment for diversity of businesses to crop up, and focusing on the public health of our community. Things such as heavy marketing of alcohol towards youth in advertisements, placing small alcoholic bottles near candy, and providing excessive amount of alcohol license to both on-sale and off-sale locations have contributed to normalizing drinking in Santa Barbara. Things have gotten even worse during the pandemic, with statistics showing an uptick in alcohol consumption, and that contactless delivery of alcohol has made it even easier for the youth to access alcohol. The deemed approved ordinance will go a long way towards addressing these issues in our community and ensuring that Santa Barbara is a thriving environment for businesses and families alike. I urge you all to pass it when it comes along early next year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tip.
Our next speaker is Melissa Villaforte. Melissa Villaforte, you can unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, committee members. My name is Melissa Villaforte, and I'm here to encourage you to support the deemed approved ordinance. During the pandemic, nationally, alcohol sales have increased by 22% in retail stores and 291 through online sales, like we've heard before by multiple of the speakers. These numbers to me are quite alarming, given that alcohol might impair people's judgment and also contribute to their weak immune system, given this pandemic that is going on. Currently in the city of Santa Barbara, there is not good enough regulations around the alcohol sales. I have personally seen an increase in to-go cocktails beverages along State Street, making it more accessible for adult and youth. What once seemed as an illegal act, holding an open container, is now more normalized, given that there aren't that many regulations to keep this on check. In addition to this, I myself have witnessed how alcohol delivery, especially third-party services, lack enforcement and compliance. This in essence could contribute to an increase in youth drinking. We wouldn't want this to later on develop into youth addiction. I understand that the businesses are doing their best to stay afloat during these challenging times. However, we shall also look out for the health of our Santa Barbara residents. We must keep in mind our young ones. I highly encourage you to support this ordinance. That way we can make Santa Barbara a healthier and more prosperous community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Villaforte.
Our next speaker is Natalia Gavoni. Natalia Gavoni, you can unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Although I realize that you're not going to be voting on this issue before you tonight, I wanted to let you know that as a business owner on the 400 block of Milpa Street, it is imperative that an alcohol ordinance and a deemed approved ordinance be implemented immediately. As you all are aware, the East Side District has suffered terribly for years with trash, loitering, drunkenness, and blight. Currently, there are 33 alcohol establishments on Milpa Street alone. So tell me, how can any business survive and flourish in these conditions? And furthermore, why would any business desire or consider opening up shop here? It is unappealing, uninviting, scary, and filthy. So, as Mr. Wagner has explained so thoroughly to you in this presentation, you do have the power to do something, and I would urge you to exercise that. We are completely tired and frustrated that the city continues to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to this grave issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gavoni.
Our next speaker is Natasha Todorovic. Natasha Todorovic, you can unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Problems are dire, and we are both desperate and drowning in this incredible overconcentration of liquor stores, particularly in Milpas corridor. On Tuesday, I was on an ABC hearing I was protesting the CVS, their Type 21 license application, and I have gotten to see firsthand how absolutely impossible this is for a common, normal human being to push back against these licenses. The ABC is not willing to consider community input. There's a moratorium. Santa Barbara is a moratorium city, yet they still are using the loopholes to continue pushing these licenses into our neighborhoods. Along the Milpas corridor, we have, let's say, 17 blocks, 1 mile. We have 6 schools, 2 youth centers. We have 11 fast food outlets. We have 4 grocery stores. And we have 33 liquor outlets, as Natalia Gavoni mentioned. Out of the 8,000 census tracts, and to just put Mr. Wagner's numbers into perspective, out of 8,000 in the state of California, it's my understanding that Santa Barbara is number 4 at the top. That is utterly horrifying. And we have this Alcohol Bureau of Control that's determined to stuff in as many liquor stores as possible. In fact, my neighbors and I have spent hundreds of hours trying to rectify problems, dealing with nuisance activities, dealing with drunkenness. Please support local control. We need it desperately.
Thank you, Ms. Todorovic.
Our next speaker is Olivia Carranza. Olivia Carranza, you can unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Olivia Carranza, parent of 3 girls, and also parent coordinator for Future Leaders of America. I'm here to ask you to support this ordinance because we need to put in place better regulations in order to protect our youth and to take them away from abusing alcohol. And most importantly, to prevent alcoholism and other struggles for their lives in the future. Youth are getting so much access to alcohol through heavy and uncontrolled marketing, lots of access to online alcohol purchases without any proof of ID, and many ways where youth gets free samples on the liquor stores and from home deliveries. We need a local control. And also, I want to thank you for getting a translator for today's meeting. And actually, I also want to request that you have this service for every meeting to the public, and also to make sure that you translate the whole meeting, because it's so important for our parents to get the whole information, not only for translating our comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carranza.
I do not have any other hands raised for public comment. If anyone else would like to make a public comment, please click the hand icon and I will call on you. While we're waiting, I'd like to ask Ms. Rydell if we've received any public comment on this item.
Thank you, Allison, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did receive written correspondence on this item, and it was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Busk.
Okay, thank you. That concludes public comment.
Okay, very good. We're going to bring it back to the commission now for questions. And in addition to Mr. Wagner, I don't know if we, if needed, I don't know if we have an assistant city attorney who's been involved with this. I don't know if it's Ms. Fostering or Mr. Doimus. There's Mr. Doimus.
Yes,
Yes.
it'll be me, Commissioner Schwartz. I'm here
Okay,
as well.
okay, very good. So questions to Mr. Wagner and or Mr. Doimus. Commissioner Higgins, please, you want to kick off questions?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. One question about public comment, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Wagner. So we received directly some comment pertaining to this item Madam Chair. And so, question for city legal staff. I find one of the comment letters particularly disturbing and completely inappropriate, and it came in late, and it's quite frankly irrelevant. What can you give us some background on whether or not, because of the timing or content on the item, without saying the name of the author, just generally speaking, what kind of protocols or rules do we need to follow with respect to the Brown Act that allow us to accept or not accept? We've had some conversation in the past about public comment that comes in too late. And so give us some background about timing and content of public comment and whether or not we need to or can exclude it from the record.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Higgins, we have received it. It will be treated as public comment. It's a public record. However, due to the late nature of the receipt of it, I believe your agenda states that the commission may not have the time to consider it. So if the commissioners didn't have the opportunity to consider it, then you don't have to. Under the Brown Act, to be quite honest, we can't exclude comments even if we consider them to be generally vulgar or cruel. But you are free to not consider it or give it absolutely no weight or weight as you see fit. But it will be a matter of public record.
So then, this is just kind of a receive and file before the item comes back. So that adds a little layer of complexity to it. But if hypothetically we wanted to vote to exclude it or at least make a statement that we're not considering it, would that require a vote?
No, that would be something that you would just want as a commission or individual commissioners, you would just make a statement about it.
Okay.
That you're not considering it or whatever your personal opinion is about that particular public comment. And just, it's because this isn't a public hearing where, for example, where you would be granting a CUP, the record is really, it's not something we really consider. So we're not building a record per se, as if something were to be appealed. It's just a piece of public comment that's floating out there that's available for the public to review if they were to request it.
Okay, I won't cast any more light on that particular item than it's due. So moving on, thank you, Ms. Ostringer. I wanted to ask Mr. Wagner something about one of his slides and part of the discussion, slide number 21. And Mr. Wagner, it's nice to see you.
It's good to see you, sir.
We haven't had you back or in front of the commission, as far as I can recall, since cannabis related activities was removed from the zoning ordinance. But it's nice to see you again, and your presentations are always extremely informative and articulate, and it's nice to see you. So slide number 21, you get bullet point 3 here. Pre-existing establishments are considered legal non-conforming. So I'm a little confused about what they're legal non-conforming to. And just clean this up for me, because we don't currently have a deemed approved ordinance. We don't currently have any other land use police powers in place. So what are they legal non-conforming to right now?
If you would have a conditional use permit process, or if the ABC actually did have specific conditions for an alcohol establishment, say, for example, if it would be banning single serve beer, most of these establishments are pre-existing legal non-conforming in the sense because they existed before approximately 1994 when the state gave localities the right to govern these establishments, as well as the state embedding provisions within the act itself to better control these nuisance-related activities.
So is it is it true that what is meant by the slide maybe is that they will be non-conforming once we do? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. That's technically correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sorry to drag you into the weeds on that, but I appreciate that. So in your research of other area processes or deemed approved or other land use police ordinances, do you see a combination of like deemed approved with some performance standards and then a carve out for CUPs in certain areas, so like within a proximity or based on what they're selling? If they want to do this, then there is a CUP. If they don't want to sell that, the minis or whatever, to that level of specificity, they don't need a CUP. Is that on the table? And are you, okay. Okay.
And Madam Chair, I apologize, I didn't address you earlier, but through the chair and to Commissioner Higgins, yes, sir. Some municipalities have an overlay zone or a carve-out zone where it would be in the entertainment zone. Usually that also pertain to on-sale alcohol. When you do have carve-out zones, that would be like an entertainment zone. I can think of sort of the college area zone of San Luis Obispo. San Luis Obispo has a deemed approved ordinance with an overlay, and that overlay encompasses the entertainment zone with those on-sale establishments. I've not seen an overlay with regard to off-sale alcohol outlets. Always, sir, you have a tandem measure where you have a deemed approved ordinance tandemed with a conditional use permit process. That way, not only can you keep not only can you keep existing non-conforming actors into compliance, but you also can account for or a conditional use permit process for those transferred licenses, because that is the opportunity to bring a transferred license that usually has zero conditions whatsoever into getting rid of those single serve beers or those little mini bottles, or ensuring that they're selling above 350 milliliter spirits.
Okay, so as to your outreach, you're planning on bringing back something to the commission in January. Is there and I know that you've had, I won't call it a workshop, but you've had some outreach to the public prior to COVID, if I'm not mistaken. Give me a little refresher on what you've done for outreach and what you're going to plan on doing beyond bringing this just back to PC.
And through the chair to Commissioner Higgins, we've had a couple individual community workshops, either it be the East Side community workshop, or I believe we've maybe done something for the Mesa, if I recall. We've also done something specific for the businesses. We reached out to the 141 businesses. Now we know, of course, there's 115 actually within the jurisdiction of the municipality. We reached out to them. We have had many a dialogue with their industry group representing them. And then we had a community workshop with the business owners and the community in December of 2019.
So I don't see any public comment from them now. I would like to, I'll just tell you, see public comment. And I hope that the restaurant industry, to the extent that they're still functioning, but at a minimum, I'm hoping to see something in the record from Chamber of Commerce for the downtown organization. But that's not a question, Madam Chair. Thank you for this.
And if I can clarify, Commissioner Higgins, this is exclusive to off-sale alcohol outlets. So as of right now, the council has not given us direction to delve into on-sale provisions that would more drastically affect the downtown organization or the Chamber of Commerce.
I appreciate the clarification. You're right. I see though where we're at here right now is kind of I can grab a cocktail from a local establishment and take it home. Now that's a COVID overlay, but there are some other bars and restaurants in town that do bottle shops that are a combo, but I won't get into the weeds on that. It's all about our tourism economy, which is kind of the underlying sort of formula for why I think we have so many outlets, but it rolls back to tourism and the economy. So anyway, I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Lodge, please. Commissioner Lodge, we can't hear you.
My apologies. When I first came on the council in 1975, one of the first things I did is went for a ride-along with the police. And I was told by the police chief that at the time, something like 75 or 80%, maybe even more, of what they did related to alcohol, domestic violence, traffic, driving under the influence, fisticuffs in bars, just a whole slew of offenses that came out of the fact that people were drinking. First of all, I'd like to, is that still true? Is it still that high a percentage of what the police department does?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Lodge, I would say, getting back to some of the other public comment as well from Ms. Gott, it is fair to say that alcohol-related crime and alcohol calls for service are underreported. As you say, there always is a much larger nexus to alcohol than just a call for service to a specific address. When I show you those 5% calls for service for those off-sale alcohol outlets, those were exclusive to the specific addresses. Now you are talking about the proliferation of domestic violence and alcohol, car-related traffic collisions, a myriad of factors would have. When I was a policy advisor in San Diego, alcohol-related harm for the region was in the billions with regard to loss of work productivity, out of school, incarceration, health. So you are right, it is quite expensive and it is far more represented than the numbers I'm giving you.
Okay, well, I was surprised to see numbers like 5% because the problem isn't that people are buying things than alcohol and anything that may come out of that in the immediate vicinity of the premises. It's what happened that the problems arise. And did I hear you correctly to say, well, and when the 400, 500, and 600 blocks of State Street began to turn into a whole row of drinking establishments on both sides of the street, the city kept asking the ABC not to issue any more licenses, and they didn't pay any attention to the city. But I gather this is a relatively new law then. In 1994, did I hear you correctly to say?
Through the chair, Commissioner Lodge, I believe I am correct that there was legislation in 1994 that provided further ability for a municipality to not control the sales of alcohol, but to control the business practices in order to dissuade those nuisance-related activities. The fact that you can put conditions on these types of alcohol licenses, not running afoul of the California Constitution, was enacted approximately 1994.
Okay, well, my experience and what you just said, anything the city can do to get some bit of a handle on this, I certainly am in support of. I guess that's a comment, not a question. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further questions, Commissioner Lodge, while we're in our question period right now? No?
Not now.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Reed, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Schwartz. So, Mr. Wagner, can you just affirm this? So this is only applicable to off-sale establishments, correct?
Through the chair, Commissioner Reed, that is a legislative action. That is an action of the decision maker. At this point, it is exclusive to off-sale alcohol outlets.
Okay. And what is, if the CUP is included in this or approved in this ordinance, how intensive is that conditional use permit process for off-sale licensing? Can you just give a brief summary of that? What an applicant would be looking at?
And if I could call on the city attorney to help me provide you a more technical answer, then I can follow up from there.
Sure, yes. Commissioner, Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Reed, I don't want to get too much into the ordinance because this is more informational. It's a little bit complex, and it's a new role that the commission can be taking in the future, and the ordinance would provide much more detail. But to give a quick summary, right? The city, it's a preemption issue. The state right now controls the sale of alcohols for the ABC. Cities were given local control through two essential ways, right? And you can do that through the ordinance, through land use controls. One's being deemed approved, and the ordinance a suggested ordinance could contain conditions. And if there are violations of those conditions, there'd be a public hearing and potentially new conditions be placed on that to adhere to stop the nuisance behaviors. And if that would, if the nuisance behavior would not cease, then you can talk about a revocation of their deemed approved use. The other ways for alcohol retail places that exist after the ordinance is put in place would be through CUP, and that would go through the same process as potentially the easiest way, at least, to do that would be the same processes we currently have under the code. I don't want to get into too much detail and talk about a potential ordinance. I would rather reserve that. Currently, the only way the city really has, I guess, control to regulate the nuisance activities, because that's what we're talking about, the surrounding nuisance activities, is through a legal action, a nuisance abatement action that costs money and can take a significant period of time. So I hope that at least addressed your question without trying to get into specifics of an ordinance that we want to bring in later down the road.
That works, thank you. So I'm looking at slide 7, calls for service. And I'm just curious, Mr. Wagner, if you could provide a little color on the, looking at just total calls for service. Looks like those numbers are consistently declining. What would you attribute to that?
I could not attribute a hyperbola of sorts to the total calls for service in any given year. I can tell you across the state of California, we are in almost a decade in which crime is going down year after year after year, violent crime going down year after year after year. Is it possible that is reflected in the total calls for service? Can I tell you why it goes from 88 to 74? I don't have a good answer for you, sir.
Fair enough. So next question, you had a slide that mentioned, I think it was approximately 25 cities or counties implementing such an ordinance. Of those 25 cities or counties, how many of those include a CUP policy?
Through the chair, Commissioner Reed, I would say every one of them. It happens in tandem. It's mutually exclusive together. You can't have one without the other in order to accurately navigate your police powers within the land use provision.
Okay,
the CUP process pertains to new licenses or modified licenses. and the deemed approved ordinance pertains to existing licenses, but the provisions are almost identical in order to have that blanket compliance and to have a standardization to where they all start looking the same.
Understood. And are these 25 locales all off sale specific?
Through the chair, Commissioner Reed, there's a sprinkling. Each municipality or county has a different challenge that they're trying to tackle. For example, I brought up San Luis Obispo had a real problem in their college portion of their nightlife area that was on sale. It seems that the council is identifying a larger problem with off sale than on sale in this municipality. There is a sprinkling of some do both, some do one over the other, and then some are exclusive just off sale. This is a minimalist approach to exercising your municipal police power land use right.
Great. And last question, we received an attachment in some of the public correspondence, I believe. And just using this as an example, it'd be great, I think, for the public and for us to understand a little bit better. There was a letter from the police department dated April 27th of this year to ABC, and it was by the chief of police, and it stated in response to 700 State Street, the 7-Eleven store that recently went in, that the police department will satisfy the public convenience and necessity. Could you kind of fit this into the context of your presentation so we can better understand?
And then Commissioner Schwartz, Commissioner Reed, that shows the inherent problem that we're in. Everything is a calculation in negotiation with the alcohol beverage control with regard to how the city can best preserve public health and safety. With regard to 7-Eleven moving in to the 700 block of State Street, because our system is set up the way it's set up, we are predisposed to losing when the CVS would take this all the way to an administrative law judge and say, hey, the city's not adequately shown a lack of public convenience or necessity. Municipalities up and down the state are constantly losing these battles. So it's within the best interest of the municipality when we don't have these mechanisms or tools available yet to negotiate directly with the business, a national business, in order to preserve the best hand possible for the municipality. We did not possess, it's my professional belief that we did not possess the ability to outright deny it, and it would have gone through the entire process, and at the end of that process, we would end up right where we were at. So that was a calculation. If in fact we do have a greater level of local control, it very well could be much different. Very well could be a much different conversation with regard to some of these areas of oversaturation.
That's great. I think it's really helpful to have a practical example to tie this issue to. So thank you. That's it.
And if I may too, because it's a common theme, Chairman Schwartz, Commissioner Reed too, we normally see findings of public convenience and necessities when you have a oversaturation of alcohol outlets in an area or a high crime rate. But you have an exception where there'd be some need that outlet would serve or a purpose behind that too. And so that's good practice for a model ordinance too, to have that in there. Just wanted to add that as well.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Additional questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Bonderson, please.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Wagner. My first question comes from the discussion on the online alcohol sales. If I wrote it down correctly, several people mentioned that it was above 200%, that now in 2020. And I'm curious to know, was there any statistic for online alcohol sales prior to the pandemic, prior to 2020?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Bonderson, if I'm hearing you correctly, if I'm trying to understand your question with regard to some sort of online transaction in which a package store would get an online transaction and send that to a customer, we don't have data on that. That data actually is exclusive to the alcohol beverage control.
So let me just make sure I understand your answer now. There were a few letters from the public that were addressed to us from youth leaders, students, high school students, from specifically from Future Leaders of America. And in all 4 cases, they expressed that there are non-contact options where one can order alcohol online and it can be delivered. Are you aware of that? Is that in any portion of your statistics at this time?
The root business most likely stems from a type 20 or type 21 to where you have a liquor store that actually has that mechanism or tool, that iPad in order to fulfill that transaction. Their right to do that is within the legislature and the Alcohol Beverage Control Act itself. I know that there is constantly evolving law on that. I can't speak to the legality of the transaction itself. I can tell you that I do remember that the legislature had allowed that. I can't speak to its proliferation, how often it's happening. I would have to say that what I know about consumers, a vast majority of those transactions are people actually going in and shopping and look, touch, feel the product that they want. I think that the youth leaders of America are future leaders of America are probably correct that some of those transactions are in fact illicit. You expose another challenge in that right now there's not an adept mechanism for perpetuity compliance to go in and to be able to do a local audit to ensure that. Some sort of new ordinance would be a conduit or mechanism to start that audit process.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. So to follow up with that, is this ordinance that you're bringing forth to us, is there room in here to address that local control mechanism in some form or fashion that does require checking ID and making sure that we have local control on that online delivery, no contact sale of alcohol?
I would defer to Mr. Doimus, but some of those mechanisms are inherent, that they already exist, like you have to check ID and you have to do all of these things. The challenge is that the rule exists, but there's nobody to make sure that they're following the rule. So it's not for a lack of zoning code or legislation. It's the fact that there's no one ensuring that compliance. But I will refer to the city attorney.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Bonderson, it is a challenge to enforce that. Not to say that something can be in. I just, again, just caution, I don't, for the public's benefit, I don't want to talk specifics about an ordinance, but you will see those sections and be able to dissect that and provide input in terms of conditions. So any ordinance would have such of conditions that would try to prevent nuisances and be placed in there. I just don't want to get into specifics of what will be brought forth in January, just for Brown Act purposes.
Very good, Mr. Domas. So I'm led to believe that in January, we will see more specifics documented. And at that time, if we'd like to perhaps develop the conversation, that would be the appropriate venue. Is that correct?
That would be the correct. We would present the ordinance, the draft, and I'm sure it'd be dissected. It's an important power because the Planning Commission, could be one of the bodies deciding some of these in terms of the administrative bodies hearing any violations. So it'd be very important to present that and dissect that ordinance. I'm sure more than one meeting to go through everything and get input from the commission, obviously.
Very good. And my following question may be directed at either of you gentlemen. So if you could stay on with us, Mr. Domas, it may end up at the department. With regard to controlling this issue of underage drinking and the idea is that there are already currently laws in place. I'm very aware of it because I work with young people myself, that if a local bar or nightclub lets someone in on accident or finds out at some point that someone is underage, they're either required to kick them out or certainly not sell them alcohol, or they could be dealing with the consequences. What other types of consequences are part of, I shouldn't say it like that, what other types of programs are we discussing here today that we are allowed to talk about today without waiting until January? That does address that underage element. Is that the what did you call it? Off-site? It's obviously not on-site because on-site there's a program set up to prevent it to the best of our ability. But is it the off-site category that we're really looking at implementing stricter services to help our younger audience, underage audience?
I'll be happy to address that. And also, Mr. Wagner has some input after I address Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Bonderson. First, what we can discuss here is the overall kind of umbrella of what the law is to kind of give an impression of how we can control it. Again, like I said, the ABC preempts us in terms of a lot of this regulation, but we are able to address, now going to your specific question, off-site sales. And with off-site sales is the nuisance activities that surround the area, the impacts they have it, if they're not properly managing their stores, if they're selling to underage, if they're being attractive nuisances in terms of how they display, encourage it. You've heard public comment about the small alcohol bottles. And so it's the conditions in place to prevent the impact of the surrounding neighborhoods and to properly manage it is what local law gives us. And it gives us through a CUP, or it gives us through those that are already in existence, currently deemed approved section in an ordinance to be able to control. So that's the goal, at least in presenting what the law is, what the tools we have available locally, because the state does take control of this through the ABC, is to mitigate those impacts it has. And right now we're focusing on off-sale retail stores. I don't know if Mr. Wagner wants to add anything else to that.
Very quickly, a nexus to this land use provision, but not before this body, is the fact that there could be a fee-based mechanism in order to pay for perpetuity compliance. Some of those programs that I think you're talking about are minor decoy operations or shoulder tap, to where you would send in a minor decoy to go attempt to buy alcohol. And then if there was a violation, you would work through with that particular vendor to ensure that does not happen again. The shoulder tap would be having members of our youth through the guidance of law enforcement potentially shoulder tap adults in the area to go buy them alcohol. And of course, that's illegal as well. So perpetuity compliance is important. Those two programs existing legal in California are manifestations of how to work through the aspects of this ordinance.
Very good. I'm looking forward to seeing how the offsite, the details of the offsite proposal is going to address some of the youth issues. I'm also interested in looking at one of the slides you had. I apologize, I did not catch the number of it, but Mr. Wagner, you had a slide that broke into detail. I think it was the on-site, off-site, and you had bars and nightclubs listed as one with some numbers. Do you know which slide I'm talking about? If you could pull that up.
Mr. Bolton, at the beginning, probably 2 or 3 slides in, is the total regional number of, I think, something like 623 total alcohol outlets. I think it's 3 slides in. There you go. Perfect. Good job, Mr. Bolton.
Excellent. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was one more slide. I'm going to use both of them that showed the increase and decrease of some of these activities. It may have been the very next slide. That's the one I would like to look at. Thank you very much. So I was interested in knowing if this also takes into account how many of our local or our regional nightclubs have shut down in this time frame, and how many new distilleries or wine bars and beer crafting locations have opened, since that's been a big trend here. How do those changes affect these numbers?
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Bonderson, I made a mistake. I put in the wrong slide that I gave to staff. I do have a slide that's from 2020 as well. I will make sure that I have that for you for the January 14th presentation. But in 2020, you can see a statistically significant decrease in calls for service for on-sale outlets and a statistically significant increase up to, I think, 5.7% calls for service in 2020 for off-sale. Keep in mind that when the rest of the economy was being decimated, our neighborhood liquor stores were open, some 24 hours, some have done quite well. They've not had the same economic decimation that our on-sale restaurants have had.
Certainly. I'm very curious to see those numbers. Thank you very much. I look forward to having them in the next round. With regard to land use, I was also interested in understanding with regard to what did they call it? The food deserts that have been brought up quite a bit from the public today. It sounds to me, and I'm not familiar with this, I didn't particularly pay attention to this myself, is this significant shift in what is being sold in these shops. When we look at a land use permit, or when we are designating these shops, originally when they're first being started up, is there a very significant detailed percentage of what they're supposed to be selling? And how is that controlled within our community?
Ms. Gott, Anna Marie Gott, has done a very good job of keeping planned licensed diagrams in check for some of these entities. They have an original plan license diagram that charts out where they're allowed to have alcohol, and then that expands and expands and expands, and that doesn't get checked, and pretty soon they're completely out of compliance, but there's not a enforcement mechanism to get them back into compliance. One thing that we can do in the future is address the percentage of alcohol able to be sold for new outlets. I want to go back to Commissioner Reed's question with regard to 700 block of State Street 7-Eleven. One thing that I negotiated with 7-Eleven, independent of the ABC, was that they would only have 2 cooler bay doors to sell alcohol. They would only sell beer. It would only be in 6-packs. It would only be from a automatically locked door. Many provisions across the state are, especially for big box retailers, like a CVS or Vaughn's or Smart and Final, that you would ensure that they have 10% or less of their shelf space devoted to alcohol. It's really hard to do that for existing alcohol outlets that have pushed aside. These food deserts really do exist. They exist in communities that are disproportionately affected socioeconomically. You see that a lot in the east side and the west side, to where it's easy to find yourself the hardest alcohol possible, but it's difficult to immediately get yourself an apple. So the community leaders, the youth that we're talking today, have absolutely validated that these food deserts exist.
Thank you so much. I'm very impressed to hear you validate these concerns, and I know you can't specifically speak on what is coming in January, but I would assume that this type of information will be part of the upcoming proposal with statistics. And I'm just going to end with a comment that was given to us today by Ms. Gott, and she mentioned something about, and excuse me if I quote her incorrectly, but I managed to get something about her request for us to ask for a full report of all alcohol-related crimes and how those are, how the total amount of sales is related to crimes, and that number is not currently accurate, or perhaps I misunderstood how she worded it. Addressing you, is that item something that you can provide to us?
And Madam Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Bonderson, I would like to go back to my answer to Mayor Lodge. The fact is that alcohol in general is notoriously underreported. Of course, Ms. Gott would like to have me go through the data and every single domestic violence call and see if it was attributed to alcohol. We have reports available. We have reports available now that I believe I've showed you that show that it really is a problem. I don't need more information to tell you that that she's right, that it is underreported. It is more costly than we're able to demonstrate. Right now, you're only talking about the police department. You're not even talking about the fire department. You're not even talking about AMR. You're not talking about Cottage. So, of course, the numbers are more dramatic than I have in a sterile slide. If there was, I've been in alcohol licensing for 15 years. If there was better data that I could show you, I would show that to you.
Mr. Wagner and Commissioner Bonderson, I'd like to, in the interest of time, because it's almost 6:25. So if there are additional questions, again, we want to, we're going to vet this very thoroughly in January when it, or whatever date when it returns to the Planning Commission if the January date slips. So let's go ahead and wrap up. Are you completed with questions?
Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chair. That was my final
Okay.
question. I appreciate the time.
Okay. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have just one question, two-part question for Mr. Wagner. So if we go to a deemed approved ordinance, how is it enforced? Will it be both citizens and calls to the police department, or will it be citizen-based? And then the second part of my question is, if it is implemented, do you anticipate an increase in calls for service?
Madam Schwartz, Vice Chair Wiscombe, there usually is a spike in calls for service after you institute a deemed approved ordinance in a municipality, for the very reason that there's a different level of partnership with the business. The business is allowed to call the police and we are encouraging that in order to create that partnership. So there is an initial spike, and then as we abate the nuisance-related activity together, it does go down. I think Ventura is a perfect example of this, to where there was, in the first year, calls for service were higher than in the second, third, and fourth years.
Thank you for that answer.
And if I may add to Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Winscombe, a lot of these times are at least being put on the map is done like any other enforcement through citizen complaints, but also could be calls through service. So generally, while you get those complaints, the enforcement mechanism would be an investigation by city staff. They would have to be the ones conducting the investigation. And, there's different ways to enforce it. So for example, it could be revocation of a CUP or losing the deemed approved status if it comes to that point, right? Or there could be suspensions or additional terms. So that's how it'd be enforced. It's through complaints, the next step investigation, and then before the due process mechanism of before a hearing body with what the results would be off that, repercussions, I would say.
And I want to emphasize that this is not meant to be punitive. Something has gone very wrong when you're finally at the punitive stage. The whole goal of the program is to have city staff work in partnership with the business and the community to find common ground and to keep up with that perpetuity compliance. If in fact you keep up with the perpetuity compliance, the nuisance-related activity is sure to go down.
Thank you for that answer. I thought your presentation was great in this. This community understanding of deemed approved was great, and you actually talked about that in the last section of that, where I think only 2 businesses had their licenses revoked and 2 had to comply with additional conditions. But so I appreciate that. And I really appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much. And that's the end of my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions before I go to mine? Commissioner Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Wagner. During your presentation, you had mentioned that there is research, and it looks like you had a specific research study that you were referencing, and I was wondering if you could possibly share that with the commission prior to our hearing in January.
Yes, sir. I would be more than happy to.
Thank you. And then related question is, we have, it looks like over 30 other jurisdictions that have done something similar. And I'm wondering if there is data or research that highlight the benefits that you talked about during your presentation from those jurisdictions.
Yes, that exists, and we can work with those municipalities to get you some of that data.
Perfect, thank you. And then related to the changes in ABC regulations concerning to-go beverages, do you anticipate, and if you don't have an answer now, would it be possible to research prior to January's hearing, do you anticipate some of those regulations staying the same? So allowing to-go beverages from restaurants and bars and that sort of thing?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Escobedo, not really pertaining to the land use measure before us now. However, I oversee the alcohol for what you're describing. That's part of an emergency provision within the alcohol beverage control that allows for that. It's quite possible that that will go away. That is part of a COVID temporary provision in order to help these businesses survive. There are a myriad of challenges with having that go on after COVID. But right now, the municipality as well as the state want to do everything within our power to help these businesses from going under.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did everyone ask the questions they have? I want to make sure I didn't leave anyone out. Okay, I just have a few questions before we wrap up this item. Mr. Wagner, if I heard correctly, the DOA law was established in 1994, or the law that provides for implementation of the DOA, is that right?
No, ma'am. The ability for the municipality to control some of the conditions stemmed out of legislation from 1994. The deemed approved ordinance was, I believe, first tested in 2006, 2007. Went to, I believe, and I'm hazy, but before the California Supreme Court, that it was constitutionally tested by 2013, and then also constitutionally tested by Proposition 26 around that time. But I would be more than happy to tell you when that happened. It was not a legislative mandate. It was, I believe, the city of Oakland testing that and then having that be constitutionally protected.
So let's just say 2013. I think that was the last date you just mentioned, right? 2013. Why is it that it's taken us a bit of time in the city of Santa Barbara to bring this forward? Is there a reason for why we didn't sort of jump right on the opportunity after 2013?
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I would say that legislative packages are developed by the community, the decision maker, and the legislative body. I'm sure that Mr. Doimus would like to add, but I don't have a great answer for you.
Okay.
Likewise, Chair Schwartz, and probably one of the most interesting reasons, or maybe difficult reasons about this ordinance is the cost, right? When you have something like this in place, in terms of the staff, the enforcement level, it's the cost. And most ordinances that you see out there usually have a fee, not a tax, because we run afoul of state law, but it would be, and so that usually is a sensitive issue on this, at least on when you see these ordinances, because there is a cost to it. There's a cost in terms of running such a program.
Right. When you bring back the ordinance to us in January or soon after, are you going to have all the details pertaining to proposed enforcement incorporated into the ordinance?
Yeah, usually with any ordinance such as these, there would be provisions of enforcement, correct?
Okay, all right, very good. And then let me come back here. And I'm looking at the staff memo along with the frequently asked questions. Mr. Wagner, when we come back to this in January, the list of sensitive locations or sensitive uses, excuse me, are you also going to provide us a complete list of sensitive uses for our consideration?
And that is up to the legislative body, but I would imagine that you'd be able to discuss that in a legislative package.
Okay. Commissioner Lodge and I were involved many years ago now in the medical marijuana ordinance creation and numerous revisions. And we had, as you know, sensitive uses identified in terms of buffers. So I would expect that we would have, in a way, a similar list, but I want to ask you just to put that on your radar to bring it to us. And I noticed you have some references both in the memo and the frequently asked questions about sensitive uses. Then I also wanted to just put forward to you and ask if you could bring back more detailed data on the police calls for service by district and with an overlay of the sites where the off-sale alcohol establishments exist. I'm looking sort of for triage, database triage performed by the geography, so the districts, the location of the establishments, and police activity, whatever we know, that's been recorded, to try to get a handle on, beyond the information you shared today, what considerations perhaps we should take up in how we create the ordinance.
And Chair Schwartz, just to bring up what I had discussed earlier, with all those calls for service, all of those calls for service that I showed you were directly related to the address of the actual licensed establishment. But I would be very happy to have that mapped on GIS for you.
Okay, I think that'd be good. And then I think my last question for now is back to in the FAQ when the question, how does the DAO benefit the alcohol establishment? And the first sentence does use this word partnership, and you've mentioned that. Helps develop partnerships among businesses, city, and community residents. What's curious to me, this is not in my area of expertise as it is yours, if there would be a benefit currently to these businesses not selling these types of alcohol products, why wouldn't they be restricting or limiting them now? And so my question to you is, what are the incentives for them to cooperate, quote, in partnership with, to allow us to further restrict them?
Chair Schwartz, with regard to leveling the playing field, often there is a illicit transaction with how they actually get the alcohol, whether they're actually paying the market price like everybody else is paying, or do they have a line on cheaper alcohol than their peer. Leveling that playing field ensures that all of the retailers are paying the fair market price or the fair market wholesale price for alcohol. That doesn't always happen. And then another benefit is that the rules are more consistent. There is a vast ocean between what a new actor needs to do, like the 7-Elevens on 700 State Street, and the actor that's been open since prior to 1994 that has no conditions whatsoever. Lastly, an additional benefit would be a lowering of the insurance premium when each of these actors are not contributing to nuisance-related activity in the way they were doing before that exposed them to civil liabilities.
Similar to car insurance, where if you're a good driver, you have a good driver record, right? That would be comparable. Okay, interesting. Okay, I think those are my questions, and some of my colleagues asked the others. So with that, we really we're going to, as I said, we're gonna have a presentation, ask questions. I think we have identified some important follow-on information that we're looking for when the ordinance comes back from Mr. Wagner and Mr. Doimus. Any final questions, or would you like to tee up requests, information requests now that Mr. Wagner and Mr. Doimus could work on after their well-deserved holiday? They come back first week in January. Commissioner Higgins?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just chime into your, glom onto your comment about the database or GIS version of what we're talking about. I'd support that. I'd be very interested in that. Thank you.
So would I.
Okay.
So would I.
I think we'll all benefit from that, Mr. Wagner, as you can tell. Well, this is great. This is great that it's coming forward. So with that, we're not making any decision, as we all know. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Wagner, and thank you, Assistant City Attorney Doimus. And we don't have to have any further discussion. This meeting, this particular item is concluded. Now we're going to go to our last item of the hearing as we start to wrap things up. It's the administrative agenda. And the first thing we need to do, don't everybody get too excited with this first item, A, appoint a planning commission representative for the bike share appeal to City Council. Let's see. So we had a 4-2 vote. I'm recalling Commissioner Reed. I think you were gone for that. You had to excuse yourself because of another commitment when we came to voting, correct? Commissioner Reed? Yes. So it was a 4-2. Anyone on the for side of the vote wish to be a Good Samaritan volunteer to represent Commissioner Higgins? You will?
I was going to nominate, no, never mind. I'll take it.
I was going to nominate you because you had your hand up. So there we go. Okay, so there you go. Brave soul. Commissioner Higgins is going to represent the Planning Commission on this appeal. Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Okay, let's go to committee and liaison reports. Do we have a staff hearing officer report, Commissioner Higgins?
Not this time, no.
Okay, it seems like it's been pretty quiet over there in Showland. Let's see, now we go to any other committee and liaison reports. What's going on in other areas? Commissioner Lodge? We can't hear you, Commissioner Lodge. I'm almost tempted to tell you to leave your microphone on, but I'm not going to do that.
Maybe I should. Yesterday, late afternoon, the Creeks Advisory Committee met, and I'm going to, because it's the late hour, going to try to condense as quickly as I can. There was a report on their monitoring programs, which are extensive, and they find in the creeks concerning levels of imidacloprid, I don't know how to pronounce it, and fipronil. These are, the first one, imidacloprid, is the most widely used pesticide in the world, even though it's been banned by the EU. Shows you about the concerns about its toxicity. And it's commonly used on what people put on their pets for fleas. And they don't know, and they even find it up above the more developed parts of town, and aren't sure quite how it gets into the creeks there. But they're measuring that. They added microplastics this year. It's a new research topic to be looking for those. A member of the public sent in a photograph. Mr. Bolton, if you could put that up. Remember, Bonnie Donovan sent in this photograph to the Creeks Advisory Committee asking, what are Creeks doing about all of this trash with all the money that they collect? Well, this Creeks Division spends $250,000 to $300,000 a year cleaning up the creeks. And they regularly go along them all, cleaning up, in some places more than once a week. This is an illustration of the challenges the creeks faced. This is the result of there is a trash receptacle near this location, and someone, when it gets filled, dumps it in the creek. So now they're trying to figure out how they can lock it in some way so that they can't do that or put it in another location. So they are working hard at very hard at keeping the city's creeks clean, but it's not easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Any other reports, Commissioner Bonderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have only one this evening because I'm trying to stay on top of it. This item is from ABR, and it is from November 30th. It is a concept review for a new multifamily development using the average unit density, and its address is 217 South Voluntario Street. It includes a demolition of a one-story unit that's already there, and the proposed unit mix will include 4 two-bedroom units and then one bedroom unit, which results in a total of 6 units in all. And also wanted to let you know that the proposed unit density is 21 dwelling units per acre, which falls right in the middle of the medium high density 15 to 27 dwelling unit per acre that is being used on this project. There's nothing else in particular other than there were some comments, and it was continued indefinitely to return to consent. So that's it. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any other committee reports? Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a report, but I just wanted to remind anyone that's interested that we have a De La Guerra Plaza revitalization meeting tomorrow morning, starting at 8:30. It's a 8:30 to 11 o'clock meeting, and we hope to be wrapping up some final items on the plaza revitalization before we send it on to Historic Landmarks Commission. Thank you.
Very good, great work by that committee, your committee. Okay, I'll give the next report, and Commissioner Higgins will chime in as well. He and I attended yesterday, that is, the reconvened Highway 101 High Occupancy Vehicle Mainline Project Design Working Group. We've got to come up with an acronym, Commissioner Higgins. So this working group is a non-act set of participants. And I think this may be the largest working group I've been involved with. There are 21 of us on this working group. So it's very extensive. And of course, as you can imagine, because it's Highway 101, we have many members from Caltrans, SBCAG, the various agencies involved, and then the city decision-making bodies, including Planning Commission and ABR. Just some highlights from our meeting yesterday, because no notes will be published. You heard me mention in one of our previous items today that by next summer, there will be 11 miles under construction. 11 miles under construction of Highway 101. So I think we all need to brace ourselves for how we're going to navigate the freeway, and with patience and perhaps some creative timing of when we need to get from point A to B, given the extensive construction. In our purview, City of Santa Barbara, it's known as Phase 4E. As you know, there are different phases to all of these changes that are going on with the Highway 101 project. And we were told by Fred Luna of Caltrans that the parallel projects, and you'll recall that the roundabout at Coast Village and Olive Mill is one of those parallel projects, a mitigation project. So the other mitigation projects, such as the new roundabout and freeway connection at Los Patos, which I referenced earlier today, these are all to be implemented before construction starts on Highway 101 in the phase that comes through the City of Santa Barbara jurisdiction. So we will see, for example, the Los Patos roundabout project begin and conceptually or theoretically complete before the actual mainline project commences. There are a lot of moving parts, as you can imagine. But in terms of the design work that Commissioner Higgins and I and the others will be looking at, it's very clear that there are unifying elements that we're going to be looking at, design elements, the medians, the railings, the cobble and the ramp areas, the sound walls, and more. The actual construction for the mainline project is expected to begin, pending funding, in 2023. And I think I'll stop there and ask Commissioner Higgins if you would like to add to my report for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So pretty cool presentation. If you have the ability to, and I can try to dig it up if it's not immediately available by city staff or via a link, but the the graphic presentation, sort of in a quasi video or sort of photo sim method to show what these corridors will look like, is cool and helpful to sort of contextualize, visualize what's going on. So the gradient changes, the visual, aesthetic changes, the functionality changes are all really well displayed by Caltrans SBCAG staff. So you really understand what it is they're trying to get at. Some intersections, not so big of a change. Others are relatively dramatic. So if you can get your hands on it, great. If you can't find it, I'll try to get it to you all. It's a little bit interesting in terms of the process, where I personally feel like I'm part of the applicant team, but that's not really the intent. The intent is to work with various members of the community advisory groups, Planning Commission being one, ABR, HLC, and sort of bring them along and show us how it's going to come together in the form of a CDP application. Of course, the item's been before us, at least at the Los Patos, Cabrillo interchange, Hot Springs before, but that's all now coming back together with some additional cooperation, MOUs with Union Pacific for how that intersection is going to work. And what I mean by that is we've got a couple different major pieces of infrastructure and parties, Union Pacific being one big one that's very hard to move physically and sort of politically, get them to cooperate with how to expand the width of the undercrossing under the bridge to accommodate what we at this point want to see, which is multimodal, extra width for extra lanes, pedestrian and bike infrastructure. So very interesting, very exciting. We're going to meet every other week until it comes together in the form of an application. So thank you. That's it.
Right. Maybe in perpetuity. Who knows, Commissioner Higgins? This has been such a long and winding road on this project. I'm going to ask Ms. Ostringer simply to comment on something. In that this is a non-Brown Act working group, and I thought I heard Megan Arciniega advise us not to share any documented information in the course of our work. I would like Ms. Ostringer, if she's still with us, to comment on whether or not we're allowed to ask. We would have to ask Ms. Arciniega to share information, but in that notes are not being taken, and if these are not public meetings, I'm not sure if that's allowed legally. Is Ms. Ostringer, could you just give us some quick guidance on that?
Whatever the staff has in their possession is a public record, unless it falls into one of the exemptions. I don't think we'd be able to share it now. That would be a little bit too extensive of a report out on this item, but it could be something that we could, Ms. Arciniega may want to bring back as an update to the full commission at some point.
Well, to be clear, we haven't actually been provided anything. We witnessed a animation online, and I guess what I was trying to say is it was very informative.
Yes. I don't want to carry on this topic too long, but just Ms. Ostringer, there is going to be, I'll call it a Dropbox. They may be using another term eventually. There'll be a Dropbox provided to all of the 21 members of this working group. We will have access to all the documents. My question, and you can take this offline if you would, perhaps with Ms. Arciniega, is whether or not all of the documents in that Dropbox at any point in time can be made available to the commission, because I also thought I heard that there was not an allowance of that information being shared during the course of the non-Brown Act working group activities. But please, if you could just follow up and let us know whether we can, or if Ms. Arciniega can share it or not with the commission, that would be helpful to Commissioner Higgins.
I'll have that discussion with Ms. Arciniega.
Okay, thank you so much. So that's our report on this exciting reconvening of the Highway 101 project. And I don't see any other hands for committee reports. So I think we're concluded with that. And in that this is our last hearing of the year and we're headed into the holiday season, I just want to express my deep gratitude to, first of all of my commissioner colleagues, to staff. We have our essential staff here still with us at this hour, almost 7 o'clock. And Ms. Rydell and Ms. DeBusk and Ms. Ostringer, who have done a fabulous job supporting us, advising us, helping us through this very difficult year. It's not over. As we move into 2021, we still have the pandemic raging, I'm sad to say. We don't know how much longer we're going to be working in this virtual environment, even though we would all very much like to safely recongregate again in council chambers. So after the holidays, hopefully we can all recharge, stay safe, come back renewed, and continue on with our wonderful work. And again, I'm so pleased at how we've all come together this year. And if anybody else wants to make any concluding remarks, I'll just open it up. Not that you have to. Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah, Madam Chair, you're to be commended for adapting and leading us through this technology change. I don't know what to say. It seemed like March and April lasted forever, but all of a sudden December is here. So it's been radical and remarkable, and we've gotten through as much as we've gotten through is to be commended. So you've done a good job in that regard, and it's been a pleasure. I can't say I have enjoyed it as much as I would have if we were in person, and I really, really miss those. So I'm looking forward to that returning. And I do want to say, Gabe, Commissioner Escobedo and I were on a panel earlier in the year through American Planning Association about how to really kind of take advantage of the technology now that it's more readily available for us to be in the field with an iPhone. Somehow it seems like there ought to be a better way to still get out there with the community, in the community, in a safe setting, to really better engage those that don't normally participate. So I'm trying to think about how we can do that next year, but that's just right now a little thought bubble, and I hope to follow up on that. Again, thank you, and Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, well, hats off to all 7 of us for making it through. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yes, I just want to echo what Commissioner Higgins said, Madam Chair, about you. You've done a remarkable job in navigating us through this difficult time, and I agree. I'd much rather be meeting in person and having our lunch meetings again, but we've gotten through it, and I think we've had some really good deliberative sessions here on Planning Commission on some important items. And I'd also like to wish everyone happy holidays, including the staff, who well-deserved break for them, and thank them for all their work. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else? Commissioner Lodge, would you like to comment?
Second Commissioner Wisdom's comments, and wish everyone very happy holidays and a great new year. 2021 has got to be better than 2020.
There. Okay. Did I see another hand go up? Commissioner Reed, please.
Yeah, Chair Schwartz, you've been great. It's an honor to serve on this commission under your leadership, and I just appreciate every single commissioner. I think we are a great group who work well together, have differing opinions, but we're respectful, and I'm proud of the decisions we've made, even when I am in the minority. It's been a great year, all considered, and I'm proud to be a part of this group of 7. So thank you, and thank you very much to the staff. We have an incredible city, because of the work that they do. And it's incredible. So thank you, everyone.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Blonderson?
At this point, Commissioner Escobedo, if you don't speak, you're the only one left. I figured I might as well jump in here if everyone else is saying some nice things and just share my personal experience this year in response to Commissioner Higgins. I feel like I probably could speak on behalf of my fellow new commissioners that it has been very difficult not being on the dais in person with all of you. And I think it's increased the challenges that we have to interact and to learn and to be effective as new commissioners. But as we grow and learn and develop into who we are on this commission, I know we could not do it without the leadership of all four of the returning experienced commissioners. So to all four of you, let me be clear, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Lodge, what an honor it is to have you here with all your experience, sharing with us all the time. Commissioner Wiscombe, thank you for leading so many of our efforts behind thoroughly vetting the staff reports and really teaching us how to do exceptional work. And of course, Commissioner Chair Schwartz, without your leadership, without your mentorship, without your guidance, I don't know how a board, a commission, a decision-making body such as ours could have made it through. So truly, truly, I feel so truly grateful to be under your tutelage and following your guidance as we figure this out. It has been rough, and watching your personal growth throughout all of this just makes me realize that we can do anything. So thank you. Keep up the hard work. Thank you for the exceptional leadership. And I also must commend staff. I don't think that we could do as well of a job here without their exceptional staff reports and complete presentations. And I personally have seen an excessive amount of improvement this year over the course of our distance. So thank you for all the extra efforts that have been put in. And I would like to also acknowledge Ms. DeBusk. Thank you so much for just being our point person and always being so timely in everything that you do for us. Thank you. Have a happy holidays to everyone. We deserve it.
Yes, Commissioner Escobedo, you'll bring the party home. Yes.
Following Commissioner Reed and Commissioner Bonderson is a hard act to follow, so I'll keep it pretty brief and just say I appreciate you all. It's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this commission. I've learned a lot, I've grown a lot, and getting to know you all has been one of the greatest pleasures of this year when there's sometimes so few to count, and that includes staff. And so thank you all so much. Happy holidays. Be safe, get some rest. You all deserve it.
Well said. Okay, all 7 of us now are off for hopefully a little bit of downtime. Please stay safe. We need to come back refreshed and healthy to continue on doing the tremendous work that the community expects of us, and we, I believe, have fully delivered on this year. So proud to be a part of this commission. Thanks to one and all, thanks to staff who don't see on the screen, but I know they're still with us. And this last hearing of 2020 is adjourned.